Hello and welcome. Tonight's stories come from abandoned places and lost locations, where silence hides something unseen. If you enjoy the stories, please like the video, subscribe, and comment where you're watching from. Get comfortable and relax. Story 1. Every room on floor 13 held an empty chair facing the window. I took the job at the Grand Meridian because the rent on my studio apartment was due, and the only other offer I'd gotten that week was cleaning cat urine out of a meth lab for $20 an hour. The ad was clipped from a physical newspaper, the Portland Chronicle, dated 1998, and taped to a bulletin board in the back of a pawn shop that smelled of gun oil and despair. Night watchman needed. Grand Meridian Hotel. $200 cash week. Must start immediately. No questions asked. The address led me to a decaying Art Deco tower on the edge of what used to be Portland's theater district, now a graveyard of boarded-up cinemas and abandoned speakeasies swallowed by weeds. The Grand Meridian hadn't operated as a hotel since 1973, when a fire in the penthouse suite killed 17 guests. The top 3 floors had been sealed off by court order. The rest of the building was a skeleton, held together by pigeon nests and rust. The man who hired me didn't give his name. He called himself the caretaker. He met me in the lobby at 11 p.m., a gaunt figure in a moth-eaten velvet smoking jacket, his face half hidden in shadow beneath a bowler hat. His hands were spotted with age, but his grip was iron when he pressed a heavy brass key into my palm. 12 midnight to 6 a.m., he rasped, his voice like gravel under tires. Patrol floors 1 through 12. Log any disturbances in the ledger. Do not go above the 12th floor, and whatever you hear from 13, ignore it. What's on 13? I asked. My breath fogged in the unheated lobby. He didn't answer, just pointed a bony finger at the elevator bank. The service lift, only one that works. It stops at 12. The button for 13 is covered. Keep it covered. He turned to leave, then paused. Oh, and the chairs. Chairs? Every room on 13 has one, an armchair, facing the window. Don't touch them. Don't sit in them. Don't even look at them too long. He adjusted his hat, his eyes glinting in the dim emergency light. They're not empty. The elevator groaned as it ascended, its cables shrieking like tortured metal. The lobby vanished behind brass doors etched with tarnished peacocks. Floor after floor of darkness slid past the indicator dial 1, 2, 3. By floor 7, the light bulbs in the hallway were all shattered, leaving only the moonlight bleeding through grimy windows to cast long, distorted shadows. I stepped out on 12, the highest floor I was allowed. The air was thick with dust and the smell of dry rot. My footsteps echoed on marble floors cracked like broken ice. My room, a converted linen closet, was barely big enough for a cot and a hot plate, but it was warm, and it was free. I didn't sleep. I sat by the door, listening. At 1:17 a.m., the scratching started, not from the walls, from above. A slow, deliberate scrape of wood on wood, like a chair, being dragged across a floor. It came from floor 13. I pressed my ear to the ceiling tiles. Beneath the scraping was a sound like breathing, wet, labored, hungry. I told myself it was rats. Rats in the walls, rats in the ceiling, rats in the hollow spaces where 17 people had burned. At 3:03 a.m., the chair scraped again. Closer this time, right above my room. Then silence, a silence so deep it pressed against my eardrums. And in that silence, a whisper. Not words, just a sigh that carried a weight of decades of smoke and sorrow. I lasted 3 nights. On the 4th night, the power died. The emergency lights flickered once, then died, plunging the 12th floor into absolute darkness. My flashlight beam cut a shaky path down the hallway as I checked room doors. All locked, all quiet, until I reached the service elevator. Its doors were open, not just open, jammed open. The brass paneling was dented inward, as if something heavy had thrown itself against it from the other side. And on the floor of the elevator cab, illuminated by my trembling light, sat a single item, a blue plastic key card, the kind hotels use for room access. It was pristine, unblemished. Unlike the Grand Meridian's decaying interiors, this card looked brand new. On its face, stamped in crisp white letters, "For Hotel Torre." I shouldn't have picked it up, but I did. It was warm, pulsing faintly like a heartbeat. The elevator buttons were covered in grime, but one was cleaner than the others. The cover over the 13 button had been torn off. Beneath it, the button glowed a sickly green. My finger hovered over it. The key card throbbed in my palm. They're not empty. I pressed the button. The elevator lurched upward with a sound like bone snapping. The cables screamed. Dust rained from the ceiling. The indicator dial spun wildly. 12, 13, and stopped. The doors shuddered open. Floor 13 wasn't burned. It was preserved. Moonlight streamed through floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating a hallway frozen in 1973. Plush, crimson carpet, gilt-framed paintings of stormy seas, crystal sconces coated in a fine layer of ash, but intact, and the smell, not mildew, not smoke, but lavender and beeswax, like a room kept immaculate for guests who never arrived. Every door stood open. Every room held a single armchair, facing the window. They weren't fancy chairs, just sturdy wooden frames with faded floral upholstery, but they were occupied, not by people, by presence. The air above each chair shimmered like heat haze off asphalt, and in that shimmer, shapes coalesced, a woman's hand resting on the armrest, a man's shoulder hunched against the cold, a child's knee drawn up to their chest, translucent, flickering, waiting. I stepped into room 1301. My boots sank into the thick carpet. The chair faced a window overlooking the city skyline, now choked with fog. On the seat, cushioned lay a pair of spectacles, one lens cracked. On the floor beside it, a woman's pearl earring. I bent to pick it up. The whisper hit me like a physical blow. "Don't turn around." The voice was dry, papery, layered with a crackle of old flames. It came from the chair, from the space where a head would rest. I froze. My hand hovered over the earring. "They watch through the glass." The whisper continued. "They wait for someone to sit, to take the place of the one who left, to fill the emptiness." "Who left?" My voice was a croak. "The fireman. He pulled me out. But not the others, not my Edward, not little Clara. He saved me, and I watched them burn from the street. I couldn't bear it. So I came back. I sat in the chair, and they let me stay." A pause. The shimmer above the chair deepened, darkening. "But the chair must be filled, always." I backed out of the room, down the hall. Every chair faced the window. Every shimmer held a shape. A man in a tuxedo, his face half melted. A child clutching a charred teddy bear. A woman in a flapper dress, her hair floating as if underwater. They didn't look at me. They looked through me, out the windows, at the city that had forgotten them, Room 1313 stood at the end of the hall. Its door was slightly ajar. Moonlight bled through the crack, painting a silver stripe on the carpet. I pushed it open. The room was identical to the others. Same floral wallpaper, same brass bed frame, same armchair facing the window. But this chair was different. It was empty, truly empty. No shimmer, no presence, just dust motes dancing in the moonlight. And on the seat cushion, a single item, a firefighter's helmet, blackened, scorched. The number, Fort 17, stenciled on the brim. I knew that number. My father had been firefighter Chapel 17. He'd died pulling survivors from the Grand Meridian blaze. He'd saved 12 people, not 17. He'd carried out a woman in a lavender dress, Mildred Calloway, the newspapers later said, but left behind her husband and daughter when the stairwell collapsed. He'd never forgiven himself. He'd drowned the guilt in whiskey for 20 years until his liver gave out. I'd been 12 when they lowered his casket into the ground. The only thing I kept was his old helmet, stored in a box under my bed. The key card in my pocket burned cold. They want you to sit. I backed out of room 1313, slamming the door shut. The elevator wouldn't come. The button refused to light. I took the emergency stairs, the metal steps groaning under my weight. Halfway down, I heard it, a sound that stopped me dead. Scrape. A chair dragging across carpet. Scrape! Closer now. From the 14th floor landing, I ran. Down to 12. Down to 11. Burst into the lobby at 5:48 a.m., gasping, covered in dust and sweat. The caretaker stood by the front desk, polishing a brass bell with a rag. He didn't look up. "You went up," he said. Flat. Certain. I couldn't speak. Just nodded. He sighed, the sound like wind through tombstones. "They always do, the ones with ghosts of their own." He set down the bell. "Your father was a good man, braver than he knew. He saved Mildred Calloway. But he carried Edward and Clara with him until the end. The chairs, they don't just hold the dead. They hold the living who can't let go." "How do you know about my father?" He finally met my eyes. His pupils were black pits. "I was Edward Calloway, Mildred's husband. The fire took my body. The guilt took hers. She sat in that chair for 30 years until you came. Your grief, it's a beacon. They smell it on you like blood and water." He tapped the desk ledger. "Sign out. Take your money. But know this. The chair in 1313 isn't empty anymore. It's waiting for you to come home." I signed, took the cash, drove straight to the Greyhound station, bought a ticket to Phoenix, slept in my seat for 3 days, jumping at every whisper of brakes, every flicker of passing headlights on the bus window. I found a job washing dishes in a diner, rented a tiny apartment above a laundromat. No mirrors, no chairs facing windows. I covered the windows with blackout curtains, slept with the lights on. For 6 months, it worked. Then the headache started, a dull throb behind my left eye, the smell of smoke in my coffee, the sound of scraping wood in the dead of night. I'd wake to find my apartment freezing, my breath fogging the air, and on the floor beside my bed, a single pearl earring. Last Tuesday I found a chair, not in my apartment, in the alley behind the diner, an old wooden armchair, its floral upholstery faded to gray. Facing the brick wall, I kicked it over, screaming at the night sky. The next morning, it was back, upright, waiting. I quit my job, packed a duffel bag, drove until the desert gave way to mountains. Checked into a roadside motel in Idaho. Room 8. No view, just a blank wall. I wedged a chair under the doorknob, piled dresser drawers against the window. At 3:13 a.m., I woke to the smell of lavender. The room was cold. Moonlight streamed through the window I'd barricaded, and there, in the center of the room, sat the chair. Not the motel's flimsy plastic one. The armchair from room 1313, its wood gleamed in the moonlight. On the seat cushion lay my father's helmet. Scorched, number 413, clear, in the soot. The scraping started, not from the chair, from inside, my skull. Scrape, 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 like wood on bone. I covered my ears, sang nursery rhymes, recited grocery lists. Nothing drowned it out. The scraping grew louder, sharper, until it wasn't scraping anymore. It was tapping. Fingernails on glass, from the window. I turned. My father stood on the other side of the glass, not as I remembered him, young, strong, smelling of soap and sawdust. This was the man from his funeral photos. Gaunt, hollow-eyed, his uniform soaked in phantom sweat and soot. He pressed a palm against the window pane. His mouth moved. No sound came through the glass, but I knew the words. He'd whispered them to me the night before he died, drunk on cheap bourbon. I should have gone back for them. Behind him, in the motel parking lot, stood others, Mildred Calloway in her lavender dress, Edward, his face smooth and unmarked, little Clara, clutching her teddy bear, all facing my window, all waiting. The tapping stopped. My father's hand slid down the glass, pointing not at me, at the chair. Scrape. The chair moved, just an inch, toward the window. I knew then I couldn't run. Not from this. The grief I carried, the guilt over not visiting his grave, not keeping his promises, not being the son he wanted. It wasn't just mine. It was theirs. A debt passed down, a vacancy that needed filling. I stood up. My legs shook. The room tilted. I walked to the chair. The wood was warm. The floral pattern felt familiar under my fingers, like the armchair in our old living room, the one he'd fallen asleep in, watching football games. I sat down. The scraping stopped. The cold lifted. The smell of lavender faded, replaced by wood smoke and damp earth. Moonlight warmed my face. Outside the window, my father smiled. Not the broken smile of his last years, the smile from my childhood photos, the one that crinkled the corners of his eyes. He raised a hand. Not in farewell, in thanks. Mildred took his arm. Edward lifted Clara onto his shoulders. They turned away from the window, walking toward the mountains, their forms dissolving into the morning mist like smoke. The room grew quiet, peaceful. I closed my eyes. The last thing I felt was the chair rocking gently beneath me, not from the wind, from something breathing in the space behind me, something that had waited 40 years for this moment, something that would keep waiting. When the motel maid found a room at noon, the chair was empty, facing the window. The blackout curtains were drawn back. Sunlight streamed across the worn carpet. On the seat cushion lay a firefighter's helmet, blackened but clean, and beside it a single pearl earring. The ledger at the front desk showed no record of my stay, but on the 13th floor of the Grand Meridian Hotel in room 1313, the caretaker placed a fresh key card on the desk. It glowed faintly in the gloom. On its face, stamped in crisp white letters. Thirtumofti. He carried it up the service elevator, past the covered button, to the silent floor where every window held a view of a city that had moved on. He placed the card on the armchair in room 13 Moronen, a chair that hadn't been there yesterday. It faced the window, waiting. And with that, this story comes to an end. Let's move on to the next one. We found an empty subway station with today's date on every poster. It started with a delay. The 6 train was stuck somewhere between Brooklyn Bridge and Canal Street. Signal problems, the crackling intercom announced, voice frayed with static and exhaustion. 10 minutes stretched to 20, then 30. Passengers shifted, sighed, tapped phones with dying batteries. A man in a rumpled suit muttered about quarterly reports. A teenager scrolled TikTok with the resigned stare of someone who'd accepted oblivion. I was just tired. Third shift at the radiology lab had bled into the morning commute, and my eyelids felt lined with sandpaper. I leaned my forehead against the cool glass of the window, watching rain streak the tunnel walls, graffiti ghosts flickering past. Echo. No exit. 1994. Names and years swallowed by decades of grime and neglect. Then the train lurched, not forward, downward. A hard, jarring drop, like hitting a pothole at speed. And the lights flickered once, twice, then steadied into a dimmer, yellower glow. The brakes hissed. We rolled to a stop. Silence. No announcement. No screech of doors. I looked up. The platform outside wasn't canal. It wasn't anywhere. Tiled walls, once white, now stained the color of old bone, curved into a low barrel vaulted ceiling. No advertisements, no MTA maps, no benches. Just rows of black, empty ticket booths, their glass cracked or missing entirely. The air was cold, not subway dank, but still cold, like the inside of a disused freezer, and utterly silent. No distant rumble of other trains, no footsteps, no hum of fluorescence, just the rain, muffled, as if falling miles above us. "Where the hell are we?" the suit muttered. A woman in a nurse's scrub stood, peering out. "This isn't on the map." I checked my phone. No service. But the time, 8:17 a.m., was clear. Then I saw the posters. They lined the platform walls, spaced evenly like they'd been put up yesterday. Standard MTA size, glossy, bold Helvetica font, each one identical. A stark black background, white text, centered, "Today, Wednesday, January 7th, 2026. No event, no sponsor, no fine print, just the date. Today's date. Impossible. I'd woken up to that exact date on my phone, my laptop, the coffee shop receipt. But down here, off-grid, off-schedule, why would this station, this forgotten dead end, know what day it was? And why only this day? I turned to the others. The suit was frowning at his watch. The nurse scrolled her phone. Still no bars, but the date glowed. Jan 7, 2026. The teenager had stopped scrolling, staring at the posters, face pale. "Okay," the suit said, voice tight. "We're glitch. Train'll move in a sec." It didn't. Minutes passed. No announcements. No movement. The teenager, kid couldn't have been older than 17, hoodie soaked at the shoulders, stepped toward the doors. "They're unlocked," he said. He pushed. The doors slid open with a soft hiss. Cold air rushed in. We looked at each other. No one spoke. But we all knew. Waiting wasn't an option. We stepped onto the platform. The tiles were clean, not polished, but free of dust, gum, cigarette butts. Everything that clung to every other station in the city. My shoes made no sound, like walking on felt. The nurse, her name tag read Lisa, touched a poster. "It's dry," she said. "No moisture, like it was just printed." I moved down the platform. More posters, every 10 feet. "Today, Wednesday, January 7th, /. Same font, same weight, no variation. I counted 12 before I stopped. At the far end of the platform, stairs descended, narrow, metal bolted into concrete. A sign above them, hand-painted and peeling white. To upper level, no authorized personnel. No arrow, no emblem, just that. Upper level, Lisa said. This is the platform. Level. The suit. Mark, his badge read, glanced back at the train. Its doors remained open. The interior lights pulsed faintly, rhythmically, like a slow heartbeat. "We should stay," he said. "They'll send someone." "Who?" the kid asked. "Jamal." I'd learned when he'd shown his student ID to the conductor earlier. "There's no signal, no comms. This place isn't on the system." He was right. I'd worked in infrastructure documentation for 2 years before radiology. I knew every decommissioned line, every sealed-off spur. This wasn't on any blueprint, not the IND, not the BMT, not even the ghost tunnels under City Hall. This was something else. I started down the stairs. No one argued. They followed. The stairs spiraled, tight, claustrophobic, into deeper darkness. Faint emergency lighting lined the edges, dim red bulbs spaced far apart, casting long, jumping shadows. The air grew colder, drier. The smell of ozone and wet concrete gave way to something else. Paper, old paper, like a library left sealed for decades. At the bottom, a corridor, low ceiling, exposed pipes, rusted but unbroken, and more posters. Every door we passed, steel, riveted, marked with faded numbers. 7, 8, 9, had one affixed to its surface. Today, Wednesday, January 7th, 2026. One door stood ajar. Number 80. We paused. Jamal pushed it open. The room beyond was small, office-sized, a metal desk, a swivel chair torn at the seam, a filing cabinet, drawers half open, spilling manila folders. No dust, no decay, and on the desk a single object, a wall calendar, open to January. Every date from the 1st to the 6th had been neatly crossed out with a red pen. A single, bold circle enclosed the 7th. The circle wasn't closed. It trailed off, ink bleeding slightly, into a shaky line that led to the margin. There, in the same red pen, 2 words. Almost ready. Lisa picked up the calendar. The paper was crisp, the ink still slightly tacky. "This was written today," she whispered. Mark backed toward the door. "We need to go back. Now." But Jamal was already moving down the hall. I followed. The corridor ended at a pair of double doors, larger, industrial, like something from a hospital loading bay. Heavy steel, a push bar across them, no poster, just a small circular window set at eye level. Frosted glass. I wiped condensation from it with my sleeve, looked through. Beyond, another platform. But this one wasn't empty. Tracks stretched into darkness in both directions, and parked at the center, gleaming under rows of harsh white LEDs, was a subway car. Not like ours. Sleeker, longer, black with a single silver stripe running its length. No logos, no numbers. Just smooth, featureless metal. And on the side, stenciled in small, precise white letters. Line, 0. The doors of the car stood open. Inside, lights on, seats, deep blue fabric, pristine. No ads on the walls, just mirrors. Floor-to-ceiling mirrors, running the entire length of the car's interior. I turned to the others. "Did you see?" Jamal wasn't beside me. I spun. He stood 10 feet back, staring at a poster we'd passed. But he wasn't looking at the date. He was looking behind it. He peeled back one corner. The black background wasn't paper. It was painted directly onto the tile. And beneath the paint, faint but visible where it peeled, was another date, smaller, older. Tuesday, January 6, 2026. And beneath that, barely legible. Monday, January 5th, 2026. And below that, like palimpsest, like layers of skin. Sunday, January 4th, 2026. Jamal ripped the poster down. Tile after tile, same thing. Dates, layer upon layer, each day overriding the last. But the earliest one we could see, faded, almost gone, wasn't January. It was Friday, October 30th, 1987, the day the 711th Street derailment happened. 31 dead. They sealed that tunnel permanently. My breath hitched. This station, I said, it wasn't abandoned. Lisa's voice was thin. It's waiting. A sound echoed down the corridor, not from the train, from beyond the double doors. A click, then another, like a turnstile accepting a token, then footsteps, slow, deliberate, coming from inside line. We froze. The footsteps stopped. Silence, then a voice, filtered, distorted, like it was coming through a PA system clogged with static. Final boarding for January 7th. All passengers must be seated before reset. Mark grabbed my arm. We run. Now. We turned, raced back up the stairs. The spiral felt longer this time. Tighter. The steps slick with condensation that hadn't been there before. We burst onto the lower platform. The 6th train was still there, doors open, but the lights inside were off. Dark. Too dark. Jamal ran for it. "Wait!" Lisa cried. He didn't. He leapt onto the train. The door slammed shut behind him. Clang! The train didn't move, but the interior lights flickered on, and through the windows we saw him, standing in the center of the car, not alone. Figures sat in every seat, faces obscured by shadow, hoods pulled low, hands folded in laps, all facing forward, all facing him. Jamal turned, looked at us through the glass. His mouth moved. We couldn't hear him, but I read his lips. "It's not today for them." Then the posters on the platform walls began to change. Not physically. The ink flowed. Black liquid pooled at the bottom of each sheet, then rose, rewriting itself. The 7 ons and 7/2026 dissolved, reformed. Today, Thursday, January 8th, 2026. Lisa gasped. "No, it's still the 7th. It's only 8:42. She checked her phone. The screen flickered. Date changed. Jan 8, 2026. Mark's watch beeped. He looked down. It's midnight. Impossible. But the light filtering through the grates overhead, the weak gray dawn light, was gone, replaced by utter black. The rain had stopped. The only sound was the low, rhythmic thump, thump, thump coming from the sealed train, like a heart or a piston or something being pumped. The double doors at the end of the corridor groaned open, just a crack. Cold air rushed out, and with it, the smell. Not ozone, not decay. Warm bread, like the mall, like the diner, a memory that wasn't mine. The voice returned, closer now, from the hallway. January 7th has concluded. Archive complete. January 8th is now active. All unreconciled passengers will be processed at row 15. Lisa grabbed my hand. Her skin was ice. "We have to find a way out," she whispered. "There is no way out," Mark said, voice hollow. "We're not in the subway anymore. We're in the date." He pointed. "At the ticket booth closest to us." Inside, the glass wasn't cracked. It was clear. And behind it, sitting on a stool, hands folded, was Jamal, wearing a faded MTA cap, his eyes black, empty. He looked at us, smiled faintly, tapped the glass twice. Tap, tap. Then held up a laminated card, red border, white text. January 7th, 2026. Processed. Below it, in smaller type, waiting for January 8. The lights in the platform began to dim, row by row, like a wave receding. Red emergency strips flickered on along the edges. And from the darkness beyond the tracks, a new sound, a low metallic scrape, like something heavy being dragged across gravel, getting closer. Lisa pulled me toward the stairs, the ones we'd come down. "We go back up," she said. "Find another exit." We climbed. The upper level, the first platform, was different now. The posters were all but January 8th, 2026. The train was gone, no doors, no tracks, just a smooth concrete wall where the rails had been. Sealed, freshly poured, still wet. Water pooled around the base. We ran to the other end. Same thing, wall, sealed, new. We were in a tomb, a loop, a day. The scraping sound grew louder, not from the tunnels, from above. We looked up. The ceiling tiles, acoustic panels, gray and sagging, began to bulge. One popped free, swung down on a wire, dangling, behind it darkness, and an eye, large, bloodshot, lidless, staring down. Then another tile fell, another eye, then another. The ceiling became a grid of watching eyes, all blinking, in unison. Click, 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 like turn signals. Lisa sobbed. Mark backed into a corner, hands over his ears. I stood in the center, looked at the nearest poster. Today, Thursday, January 8th, 2026. I reached out, touched the paper. It was warm, pulsing, like skin, and beneath my fingers, I felt it, a thump, a heartbeat. The voice spoke, not from the PA now, from the poster itself, soft, intimate, against my ear. "You're still breathing. That means you're still eligible. Come inside. Sit down. Let us record you. We'll keep your best moments. Your laugh on the 3rd, your coffee at 7:14 a.m., the way you almost called your sister today. We'll save those. The rest we'll reset." I pulled my hand away, looked at Lisa. Her phone buzzed. She glanced at it. Tears streamed down her face. It's showing my mom's number," she whispered, "the one she had before she died, and a text." She turned the screen. A single line. "I'm proud of you, sweetheart. Happy January 8th. Mark slid down the wall. "You don't understand," he said, voice cracking. "I missed January 7th. My daughter's birthday. I was in a meeting. I sent a gift card. She didn't even open it." He looked up, eyes wild. "They're offering me a do-over. A real one." He stood, walked toward the double doors. "Mark, no!" Lisa cried. He didn't stop. Pushed the bar. The door swung open. The black train sat, waiting, lights on, mirrors gleaming. He stepped inside. The doors closed. The train didn't move, but the mirrors inside rippled like water, and in them reflections that weren't his. A little girl in a pink dress holding a cupcake. Him, kneeling, blowing out the candle with her. Real, vivid, alive. He smiled. Then the mirrors darkened. The train lights dimmed, and on every poster in the station, simultaneously, the date changed. Today, Friday, January 9th, 2026. Lisa turned to me. Her face was calm now, resigned. "They don't take you," she said. "They offer, and everyone has something they'd give anything to relive, to fix, to keep." She touched my arm. "I'm going to see her again," she whispered, "just once, to tell her I wasn't angry, that I loved her, that I know now." She walked to the doors, didn't look back. I stood alone. The scraping sound was right behind me now. I turned. It wasn't a creature, it was a machine, a low-wheeled trolley, stainless steel like a hospital supply cart. On it, a typewriter, old, black, Underwood. A sheet of paper fed through the platen. I stepped closer. The keys moved on their own. Clack, clack, clack. Words formed, not typed. Pressed into the paper by something beneath. The ink wasn't black, it was red, still wet. The sentence grew. Ben Carter, 31, not yet reconciled primary attachment. Memory, Lachar 734, the night she didn't come home. Status, unresolved proposal, reinsert into timeline, 11:47 p.m., January 7th, 2026. Outcome, variable. My breath stopped. Sarah, my sister, missing 3 years. Last seen leaving her shift at the hospital, January 7th, 2023. 3 years ago today. They weren't offering me a do-over. They were offering me a loop, a chance to be there, to wait for her, to see what happened, to change it. The typewriter bell dinged. A new line began. Accept? Yes, yes, yes. No, no. The trolley rolled forward, stopped inches from me. The paper fluttered. A hand emerged from the darkness beneath the cart. Not human, pale, jointed wrong, fingers too long. It held a pen, red ink, offering it to me. The posters pulsed. Today, Friday, January 9th, 2026. But in my pocket, my phone buzzed. I pulled it out. Signal, full bars, time, 8:59 p.m. Date, Wed Jan 7, 2026. The real date, the only date that mattered. The machine waited. The pen trembled in its grip. Somewhere deep in the station, a train door opened. A voice, Sarah's voice, called softly. Ben, you still up? I looked at the pen, at the paper, at the word yes, repeated like a prayer. Then I remembered something Jamal had said. It's not today for them. The station didn't run on our time. It ran on theirs. Oh, day wasn't 24 hours. It was a state, a condition, a wound that wouldn't close. And the only way out wasn't to accept, but to refuse. I dropped my phone, stomped on it. Glass shattered. Screen went black. Then I grabbed the pen, not to sign, to stab. I drove it into the typewriter's carriage. Red ink sprayed, thick, warm, alive, splattering the keys, the paper, the trolley. The machine shrieked, a sound like metal tearing. The lights exploded, darkness. Then emergency red. The posters caught fire, not with flame, with light, blinding white. The date burned away, revealing beneath layer after layer hundreds of dates, thousands, all circling back to one. Friday, October 30th, 1987. The first death, the first unresolved, the origin. The ceiling eyes blinked frantically. The double doors flew open. The black train roared to life, not moving but vibrating, its mirrors cracking, shattering inward. From the darkness inside, hands reached out, pale, desperate, begging. I ran, not toward the train, toward the sealed wall where the tracks had been. I slammed my fist against the wet concrete. "Sarah!" I screamed. "I'm here. I'm not accepting. I'm staying." The concrete gave, not breaking, parting like a curtain beyond darkness, and a single flickering fluorescent tube hanging over a narrow service tunnel, a sign, rusted but legible. To surface, emergency exit only. I didn't hesitate. I ran. Behind me, the station collapsed, not with sound, with silence. A wave of quiet so absolute it felt like pressure on my eardrums. The tunnel sloped upward. Stairs. Rusted metal. I climbed, pushed open a heavy hatch. Cold January air hit my face. Rain. Dawn. Gray light over the city. I stood on a rooftop. Gravel. HVS units. A faded no trespassing sign. Below, the skyline. The real world. I pulled out my shattered phone, held a cracked screen to the light. The time flickered, stabilized. 8:59 p.m. Wed, Jan 7, 2026. Still today, still now. I walked to the edge, looked down, a fire escape. I climbed down into the alley. My car was parked where I'd left it. I got in, drove, not home, to St. Vincent's, the hospital where Sarah worked, the one where she never came out of on January 7th, 2023. The ER doors slid open. A nurse looked up. "Can I help you?" "I'm here to wait," I said. "For who?" I looked at the clock above the triage desk. 8:59 p.m. "Someone who's coming back," I said. I sat in the plastic chair, folded my hands, waited. The clock ticked. 9 hours, 9:01, 9:02. No one came, but on the bulletin board across from me, a new poster had been taped up. Fresh, glossy, black background, white text. Today, Wednesday, January 7th, 2026. Beneath it, smaller, in red. Batch, 11:48. In progress. I didn't look away. I just sat and waited. Because some exits don't lead out, they lead forward. And some dates, you don't escape, you occupy. With that, the story is over. Let's move to the next story. We found an entire town missing from every map. It started with a detour, not a wrong turn, a detour. A bright orange sign hammered into the shoulder of Route 9 just past the state line. Road work ahead. Follow detour. Next 22 miles. No start date, no end date. Just an arrow pointing down a narrow county road flanked by dense, unbroken pine forest. My wife, Lena, was driving. I was half asleep in the passenger seat, head against the window, the drone of the tires and the weak afternoon sun lulling me into that fragile twilight between waking and dreaming. Our daughter, Maya, 6 years old, was in the back, coloring in a spiral notebook, humming a tuneless little song. "Looks like it's been here a while," Lena murmured, slowing the car. The sign was faded, the orange bleached to a sickly peach, the wood warped and splintered at the edges. The nails holding it were rusted through. This wasn't recent construction. This was abandonment. But the road ahead was clear, paved, recently graded, not a pothole in sight. "GPS says it's faster anyway," I said, squinting at my phone. "Saves 8 minutes. Lena shrugged and turned. The pines closed in immediately. Tall, straight, unnervingly uniform, their branches interlacing overhead to form a tunnel of green shadow. Sunlight dappled the asphalt in shifting coins of gold. The air conditioning hummed. Maya kept humming. 5 miles in, the GPS signal flickered. 10 miles, gone. "Huh?" I said, tapping the screen. "Lost it?" Lena didn't answer. She was staring at the rearview mirror. "What? Did you see that?" she whispered. "See what?" "A sign, back there, just as we entered the trees." She slowed the car. It said, "Welcome to Hollow's End." I twisted in my seat. The road behind us was empty. Just endless green corridor. The detour sign a distant speck swallowed by the curve. "No sign," I said. "Must have imagined it." But my skin prickled. 20 miles. The forest opened. We crested a low rise, and there it was. A town, not ruins, not overgrown foundations, a living town. Nestled in a shallow valley, ringed by those same sentinel pines, lay Hollow's End. 2-story clapboard houses with gingerbread trim, paint faded but intact. Creams, pale yellows, soft blues. A white steepled church with a bell tower. A main street lined with storefronts. Henderson's General Store, the Copper Kettle Diner, Hollow's End Savings and Loan. Smoke curled from chimneys. A flag hung limp above the post office. It looked perfect. Frozen in the late 1950s. No cell towers, No satellite dishes, no cars newer than a 1962 Chevrolet Impala parked diagonally in front of the diner. No people. That was the first wrong thing. No one on the sidewalks. No children on bicycles. No dogs barking. The street was empty. Silent. The kind of silence that presses against your eardrums, thick and watchful. "Where is everyone?" Maya asked, her coloring forgotten. "I don't know, sweetie," Lena said, her voice tight. We drove down Main Street. Slowly. The storefront windows were clean, displays visible, jars of candy, mannequins in floral dresses, trays of fresh bread behind the diner's glass, all pristine, all untouched, but the doors were locked, not just locked. Sealed wooden planks painted to match the door frames nailed tightly across every entrance, no gaps, no keyholes visible. The post office door, solid oak, had a brass plaque, "Mail service suspended indefinitely." We reached the town square. A gazebo stood in the center, painted white, its roof freshly shingled. Benches circled it, empty. And on the gazebo floor, a single object, a child's red wagon, upright, undamaged, waiting. Lena pulled over, cut the engine. The silence rushed in, not peaceful. Hungry. I got out. The air was cool, dry, smelling of pine resin and wood smoke. No exhaust. No distant highway drone. Just the sigh of wind in the pines. I walked to the gazebo. The wagon was old. Wooden slats, metal wheels, the red paint chipped at the edges. A name was stenciled on the side in faded white. J.T. I touched the handle. Cold, not metal cold. Refrigerator, cold. And beneath the cold, a vibration. Faint, rhythmic. Thump, 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 like a heart. I looked up. Every house on the square faced the gazebo. Every window reflected the same thing. Not the sky, not the trees. Us. Lena getting out of the car. Maya peering out the window. Me standing by the wagon. But the reflections were off. Lena's reflection wasn't looking at me. It was looking past me at the wagon. Maya's reflection wasn't in the car. She was standing beside the wagon, holding the handle, smiling. In the reflection, her eyes were solid black. I stumbled back. "Lena!" She was already at my side, gripping my arm. "Did you see?" "Yes." Maya opened her door. "Can I see the wagon, Daddy?" "No," we said in unison. She pouted. "Why not? It's just a wagon." Just a wagon. I looked again. The name J.T. wasn't stenciled. It was scratched, deep, desperate, and beneath it, almost hidden in the chipped paint, 2 more letters. Help. We drove to the edge of town. The road continued, winding up a gentle rise, promising an exit back to Route 9. Halfway up the hill, the car died, not sputtered. Stopped. Like a switch had been flipped, lights out, engine silent, radio dead. I tried the ignition. Nothing. Lena tried her phone. No signal, not even emergency. Maya pointed. "Daddy, the sign." At the crest of the hill, where the road should have rejoined the highway, stood a new sign. Not orange detour, wooden, hand-painted. The letters were neat, precise, in black paint that looked wet. "Welcome home, J.T." Below it, smaller, population 137. Plus by 1, my blood went cold. "Who's J.T.?" Maya asked. "We don't know, sweetie," Lena said, her voice trembling. "Let's just wait for help." But no cars came, no planes overhead. The sun dipped lower, casting long, distorted shadows across the valley. The town lights came on, not electric. Gas. Soft yellow glows bloomed in the windows of the houses. The diner sign, the copper kettle, lit up with a warm, flickering incandescence. And movement in the windows. Shapes, walking past, stopping, looking out, not waving, just watching. Night fell. We stayed in the car, doors locked, windows up. The gas lights cast long, dancing shadows on the road. The silence was absolute. No crickets, no owls, just the slow, rhythmic creak, creak, creak of the gazebo's weather vane turning in a wind I couldn't feel. At 9:17 p.m., the diner door opened, not the plank-sealed front door, the back door. A figure stepped out. An old man wore suspenders over a flannel shirt, a worn cap pulled low. He carried a bucket. He walked to the edge of the road, stopped, looked right at our car, smiled. Then he bent down, placed the bucket on the asphalt, straightened, waved, slowly, then turned and walked back inside. The door closed. Lena and I stared at the bucket. "Don't," I whispered, but Maya was already unbuckling. "I'm thirsty," she said. The bucket was metal, dented, filled with clear water, and floating in it a single red apple, polished, perfect. A note taped to the handle. "For the new one. Welcome." Lena snatched Maya back before she could touch it. We retreated to the car, locked the doors. The apple bobbed in the water. The note fluttered. In the gaslight, the ink seemed to shift. "For the new one. Welcome home." 11:03 p.m. The tapping started, not on the car, on the house across the street, number 13 Elm, a 2-story pale yellow with lace curtains in the windows. Tap, tap, tap. 3 slow, then 3 fast, then 3 slow. SOS. Lena grabbed my arm. "Do you hear that?" "Yes." The front door, planked shut, creaked open just an inch, darkness within, then a hand, small, pale, fingers curled around the edge of the door, a child's hand. It beckoned, slowly. "Come." Maya pressed her face to the window. "It's a boy," she whispered. "He wants to play." I looked. The hand was gone. The door was closed, but on the porch step, footprints, bare feet, leading to the edge of the road, stopping right beside the apple bucket. 3:48 a.m. The generator in the car, useless, but I'd brought it for camping, sputtered to life in the trunk. I rigged a work light, its harsh beam cutting through the gloom, aimed at the house. We watched. The curtains in the upstairs window of 13 Elm moved, not blown by wind. Parted. A face appeared, a boy, 8 or 9 years old, hair blonde, messy, wore pajamas, blue with white rockets. He looked exhausted, terrified. He pressed his palm flat against a glass. Then he mouthed 2 words, over and over. "Don't come." Behind him, movement, a shadow, tall, thin, standing in the doorway of the room, watching the boy, watching us. The boy's eyes widened. He shook his head violently. "No." Then he was yanked backward, out of sight. The curtain fell. The light in the window went out. Dawn, gray, weak. The town looked different in the half-light, less quaint, more preserved, like a museum diorama. The gaslights guttered out. The apple in the bucket was gone. Only the core remained, bitten once. The bite marks, small, child-sized. We tried walking out, up the hill. The road was there, paved, but after 200 yards, it ended, not blocked. Ceased. The asphalt simply stopped as if cut by a giant knife. Beyond it, dense pine forest, no path, no break in the trees, just wall of green shadow. We tried the other direction, same thing. Hollow's End was an island, adrift. We went back to the car. Maya was drawing. I looked over her shoulder, not rockets, not flowers, the town, the gazebo, the wagon, and in the center of the wagon, a small figure, her, holding hands with the boy from the window, both smiling, both with solid black eyes. At the bottom of the page, in careful block letters, "I like it here." 10:02 a.m., the church bell rang, not a chime, a deep, mournful gong. Once, then silence. Every door on Main Street opened, not the plank-sealed front doors, the side doors, the cellar doors, the back gates. Figures emerged, not shuffling, not spectral, just people. Men in overalls, women in floral dresses, teenagers in Letterman jackets, children holding hands, all silent, all walking toward the town square, toward the gazebo. They formed a circle, facing inward, waiting. The old man from the diner stepped forward. He held a book, leather-bound, worn. He opened it, began to read, not aloud, but we heard it, in our heads. A chorus of whispers, layered, exhausted. Jonathan Thomas Miller, age 8, reported missing, October 17th, 1953, last seen riding his red wagon near the old pine grove. My breath caught. Miller, my name. Lena's grip on my hand turned to ice. No trace found. Search called off November 1st. Case remains open. The old man closed the book, looked up right at our car. His eyes weren't old. They were empty, hollow, like stones. He raised a hand, not in greeting, in invitation. The circle parted. A path opened, leading to the gazebo, to the red wagon. Maya opened her door. "Daddy," she said, her voice calm, too calm. I think I'm supposed to go." "No," I choked out. But she was already walking. Lena tried to grab her. Her hand passed through Maya's arm like smoke. Maya reached the wagon, stopped, looked back at us. Her eyes were no longer brown. They were black, deep, endless. She smiled, the same smile as the reflection in the window. Then she climbed into the wagon, sat down. The old man nodded. The circle closed. The whispering began again. Not names, a single phrase, over and over. "Welcome home, JT. Welcome home, JT. Welcome home, JT." Lena screamed. I ran toward the square. The townspeople didn't move, didn't block me, just watched. As I crossed the circle, as I reached the gazebo, as I grabbed the wagon's handle, it was warm now, pulsing. Thump, thump, thump. Maya looked up at me. "Daddy," she said, her voice layered, hers and the boys and dozens of others. "It's okay. We've been waiting so long for the next one to make the circle whole." She held out her hand. In her palm, two things, a small, rusted key and a piece of paper. I took them. The key was cold. The paper, a photocopy of a missing person flyer. Jonathan Thomas Miller, age 8. The photo wasn't of a boy. It was of me at 8 years old. Same gap-toothed smile, same cowlick, same red wagon. The date, October 17th, 1997. No, my missing year. The year I told everyone I'd spent with my estranged uncle in Oregon. The year I couldn't remember. The year I came back. The old man stepped beside me. His breath smelled of apples and dust. "You left," he whispered, his voice the dry rustle of dead leaves. "But the town doesn't let go. It holds what it loves, what it needs. We kept your room ready. We saved your place at the table. We waited." He pointed to the house across the street. 13 Elm. The upstairs window was open. Small bed. A rocket ship lamp. A half-finished model airplane on the desk. My room. "Your mother," he said, "she came looking. She didn't understand. She tried to take you, so we kept her, too." He gestured to the circle. A woman stood near the front. Dark hair, tired eyes. She looked at me, smiled, waved. My mother, gone since 9/8, presumed dead, presumed free. "She's happy here," the old man said. "They all are, safe, remembered, whole." He placed a hand on my shoulder. His touch was dry, final. "The circle was broken," he said. "One missing, one lost. But you brought her back. The new one, the one to take your place." He nodded at Maya. She was no longer in the wagon. She stood beside the boy from the window, Jonathan, holding his hand, both smiling, both with black eyes, both waiting. "For you to remember," the old man whispered, "to come home." The key in my hand grew warm. The paper dissolved to ash. The town held its breath. The circle waited. And deep in my bones, in the hollow place I'd carried since I was 8, I felt it. The tug, the pull, not fear. Recognition. The wagon wasn't for Maya. It was for me. To ride home, to 13 Elm, to my room, to my place in the circle. The old man's hand tightened. "Welcome back, Jonathan," he said. And this time, I didn't pull away. I looked at Maya, at Jonathan, at my mother, at the town that had held me, kept me, loved me in its terrible, perfect way. The silence wasn't hungry anymore. It was full. I took a step forward, toward the wagon, toward home. The circle parted, the gas lights flared bright. And as I climbed in, the last thing I saw, not with my eyes, but with the part of me that had always known, was the sign at the edge of town. The paint wasn't black anymore. It was fresh, red, wet. And the population count had changed. Population, 138. No plus, no question. Just home. The wagon moved, not pulled. Welcomed. Down the street, toward 13 Elm, toward the open door, toward the light in the upstairs window. Maya didn't cry. She waved. Then she turned, took Jonathan's hand, and walked into the woods. Not lost. Sent. To find the next one, the next JT, the next broken piece, the next soul the town could love, could keep, could make whole. The door closed behind me. The lock clicked. Not from the outside, from within, and as I stood in my old room, the rocket ship lamp casting familiar shadows on the walls, I finally remembered, not the fear, not the loss, the relief, the deep, aching joy of being found, of being wanted, of being home. Outside, the town sighed, a contented sound. The circle was whole, for now, but the road still waits. The detour sign still stands, and somewhere out there in the endless pines, a new car is turning off the highway, drawn by the promise of a shortcut, drawn by the silence, drawn home. That's where this story ends. Let's continue with the next. My GPS keeps directing me to the same abandoned house. The voice in my car is a woman named Cal. I don't know if that's her real name or even if she's a real woman. She speaks with the placid, uninflected calm of someone who has never been late, never been lost, and never felt the cold, creeping dread of being somewhere you are not supposed to be. Cal is the default voice of the Wayfinder 5000, a slightly outdated but relentlessly reliable GPS unit suction-cupped to my windshield. For the past 6 years, as a regional sales manager for a mid-level pharmaceutical company, Cal has been my co-pilot, my navigator, my silent synthetic companion on the lonely asphalt veins of the American Midwest. She has never been wrong until she started trying to kill me, or if not kill me, then something far, far worse. The first time it happened, I was on my way to a meeting in rural Wisconsin. I was cutting through a stretch of farmland so flat and featureless, it felt like a screensaver. My appointment was in a town called Prairie Ridge, a place that barely registered as a smudge on the map. According to Cal, I was 40 minutes away. In 200 feet? Turn left, she said, her voice as serene as a mountain lake. I glanced at the screen. The purple line of my route took a sharp 90-degree turn off the main highway and onto a thin gray line that the map didn't even bother to name. Recalculating, I said aloud, a habit I'd picked up over thousands of miles of solo driving. I tapped the screen, looking for an alternate route. There was none. This was it. I slowed the car and made the turn. The road was gravel, loose and chattering under my tires. Overgrown cornfields pressed in on both sides, their dry stalks rustling with a sound like whispering snakes. After about a mile, the road degraded further, becoming little more than 2 dirt tracks with a spine of weeds growing down the middle. My sensible company-issued sedan was not built for this. "Are you sure about this, Cal?" I muttered. "In 1,000 feet, your destination will be on the right," she replied, oblivious to my concern. The cornfields fell away, and the trees began, ancient skeletal oaks that formed a dark, claustrophobic canopy over the road. And then I saw it. Set back from the road, half swallowed by a sea of thorny, overgrown bushes, was a house. It was an old farmhouse, the kind that might have been charming a century ago. Now it was a study in decay. The white paint had peeled away in long, leprous strips, revealing the gray, weathered wood beneath. The windows were dark, hollow eyes, most of them boarded up with mismatched planks. A single skeletal tree stood in the front yard, its dead branches reaching for the sky like the fingers of a drowning man. The place didn't just feel abandoned, it felt condemned, cursed. A deep, instinctual wrongness emanated from it, a silence that was heavier and more profound than the surrounding woods. "You have arrived at your destination," Cal announced cheerfully. I stopped the car, the engine a loud, intrusive rumble in the oppressive quiet. This was not Prairie Ridge. This was the middle of nowhere. A mapping error, a glitch in the satellite. I felt a surge of annoyance, mixed with a strange, inexplicable prickle of fear. I didn't get out of the car. I didn't want to breathe the air here. I just wanted to leave. I put the car in reverse and began the slow, careful process of backing down the narrow, rutted track. My eyes kept darting to the house in my rearview mirror. I could have sworn I saw a flicker of movement in one of the dark upstairs windows, like a curtain being drawn aside. But there were no curtains. There was only splintered wood and darkness. By the time I got back to the highway and re-entered Prairie Ridge as my destination, I was an hour late for my meeting. I managed to salvage the sale with a flurry of apologies and a steep discount. I blamed the GPS, laughing it off as a piece of junk technology. But the image of that house was burned into my mind. The dead tree, the boarded-up windows, the feeling of being watched by something old and malevolent. 2 weeks later, I was in eastern Ohio, on my way to a conference, a different state, a different highway, hundreds of miles away. I was making good time, listening to a podcast, my mind on the quarterly report I had to file. "In 1/4 mile, take the exit on your right," Cal said. I glanced at the screen. The exit was for a state route that seemed to veer off into a large, green, unpopulated area on the map. My route should have kept me on the interstate for another 50 miles. "No, Cal," I said, sighing. "We're staying on the highway." I drove past the exit. Cal was silent for a moment. Then, Recalculating. In 200 feet, turn left. She was trying to take me onto a small local road, a road that, according to the map, led nowhere. A cold, familiar dread began to bloom in my stomach. Recalculate to avoid back roads, I said, my voice sharp. Route recalculated, she replied. In 1,000 feet, perform a U-turn where possible. For the next 10 minutes, we were locked in a battle of wills. Every route she suggested was a circuitous, nonsensical path that tried to steer me off the main road and into the rural unknown. She was like a horse that refused to be led, stubbornly trying to bolt for some unseen, familiar stable. Finally, in a fit of frustration, I unplugged the Wayfinder 5000 and threw it onto the passenger seat. I used my phone's mapping app for the rest of the trip. As I lay in my sterile, anonymous hotel room that night, I couldn't sleep. I picked up the Wayfinder and plugged it back in. The screen flickered to life. The map showed my current location, a little blue dot in the heart of the city. I opened the recent destinations list. At the very top of the list, it read, Crows End Road. I'd never heard the name before. I typed it into my phone's search engine. There were a few scattered results, none of them in Ohio, but one of them, a hit from a county plat map website, was in Wisconsin. It was an unmaintained dead-end road. My blood ran cold. It was the road to the abandoned house. The GPS hadn't just made a mistake. It had saved the location. It wanted to go back. The incidents grew more frequent and more insidious. Cal would be silent for hours, lulling me into a false sense of security. And then, at a crucial intersection, she would give a last-second incorrect instruction, trying to divert me. It became a constant low-level war. I began to hate the sound of her calm, pleasant voice. It was the voice of a saboteur, a traitor, in my own car. I bought a new GPS, a top-of-the-line model from a different brand. I boxed up the Wayfinder 5000 and put it in the trunk. I felt a sense of liberation as I programmed my first trip into the new device. The new voice was a man with a crisp British accent. It was a refreshing change. I was driving through Indiana on my way to see a client in Fort Wayne. The new GPS was working perfectly. In 1 mile, you will reach your destination, the British voice announced, and then a burst of static from the car's speakers. The new GPS screen flickered and went blank. A moment later, it came back on. But the map was different. It was a local, rural map. The British voice was gone. In 200 feet, turn left, said the calm, familiar, horrifying voice of Cal. I stared at the screen in disbelief. It was Cal's interface, her purple line, her familiar fonts. She had somehow overridden the new device. She had infected it. My car, my sanctuary, the one place where I was supposed to be in control, had been completely and utterly compromised. I pulled over to the side of the road, my hands shaking. This was not a glitch. This was not a technological error. This was something else. This was an intelligence, a malevolent, focused intelligence that was fixated on one thing, getting me back to that house. That was when my life began to unravel. The fight was no longer just about directions. It was about my sanity. I became obsessed. I spent my nights in hotel rooms, not preparing for meetings, but scouring the internet, digging into the history of that small, forgotten plot of land in rural Wisconsin. The property on Crow's End Road, I discovered, had belonged to a family named the Whitakers. The last record of them was from a census of 1978. A husband, Silas, a wife, Mary, and a 6-year-old daughter named Lily. Then, in the fall of that same year, there was a fire. The official report, which I found in a digitized archive of the local newspaper, was brief and tragic. The fire had consumed the house. The cause was listed as undetermined. The bodies of Silas and Mary were found in the ashes. The daughter, Lily, was never found. She was presumed to have perished in the blaze, her small body consumed by the inferno. The article ended with a haunting single line from the fire chief at the time. "It's a terrible tragedy. That house is at the end of a long, dark road. By the time we got the call and found our way out there, it was too late. There was nothing we could do." I stared at the grainy black and white photo that accompanied the article. It was the house, my house, but it was before the decay had set in, before the boards were on the windows. It was just an ordinary, slightly ramshackle farmhouse, and on the porch, so small and out of focus that she was almost a ghost, was a little girl in a white dress holding a doll, Lily. The knowledge didn't bring me peace. It brought a deeper, colder dread. The house wasn't just an abandoned building. It was a tomb, a place of profound, unresolved tragedy. And for some reason, its ghost had latched onto my GPS. The haunting escalated. Cal began to speak to me even when the GPS was turned off. I'd be driving in silence, and her voice would suddenly emanate from the car's speakers, soft and clear. "Are you lost, Alan?" she'd ask. My name is Alan. I had never programmed my name into the device. The first time it happened, I almost drove off the road. I tore the GPS from the windshield, unplugged it, and threw it in the trunk, burying it under a suitcase. But her voice still came through the speakers. She was in the car's Bluetooth system, in its very wiring. She began to use details from my life. "Sarah is wondering when you will be home," she said one night as I was driving through a rainstorm. Sarah was my wife. "Emily has a piano recital on Friday. You shouldn't miss it." Emily was my 7-year-old daughter. The voice was using my own life, my love for my family, as a weapon against me, a way to anchor my fear, to make it more real. My work suffered. I missed meetings. I lost clients. I was constantly exhausted, living on a knife's edge of paranoia and fear. My boss put me on probation. I tried to explain, but how do you tell your boss that your car is haunted by a ghost who is obsessed with a tragic fire from the 1970s? My home life, my sanctuary, began to crumble. Sarah knew something was wrong. I was distant, jumpy, prone to long, silent stares out the window. I had lost weight. I had dark, bruised-looking circles under my eyes. "Alan, what is it?" she asked one night, her voice full of a worry that was beginning to curdle into frustration. "You're like a ghost. You're here, but you're not. Are you having an affair?" The question was so mundane, so normal, it was almost a relief. "No," I said, the word coming out as a choked, hollow sound. "God, no, it's the driving. I'm just burned out." It was a weak, pathetic lie, and we both knew it. The distance between us grew. A cold, silent canyon, carved out by a secret I couldn't share. How could I tell her that I was terrified to get in my car? That I had started taking rental cars to my meetings, only to have Cal's voice eventually bleed through their speakers too. She was not tied to the device. She was tied to me. The dream started. I would be in the house. It was no longer abandoned, but filled with a thick, acrid smoke that stung my eyes and choked my lungs. I could hear a child crying, a thin, terrified wail that seemed to come from the walls themselves. I would try to find her, stumbling through the smoke-filled rooms, my hands outstretched, but the layout of the house would shift and change, a maddening architectural nightmare. I would always wake up just as I reached the door to the nursery, my hand on the hot brass knob, the sound of the girls weeping on the other side. I knew I was approaching a breaking point. I was losing my job, my wife, my mind. I was a man being haunted into oblivion. I had two choices. I could let it destroy me, or I could confront it. I had to go back to the house. I had to go to Crow's End Road, not as a lost, accidental tourist, but as a man looking for an answer. I had to understand why this was happening to me, why I had been chosen. I told Sarah I was going on a weekend sales retreat. Another lie to add to the growing pile. I got in my car. This time, I didn't fight it. I plugged in the Wayfinder 5000. Its screen cracked from one of my more violent attempts to silence it. "Navigate to last destination," I said, my voice a resigned, trembling whisper. "Navigating to Crow's End Road," Cal replied, her voice sounding for the very first time something like satisfied. The drive was 5 hours. Cal was silent the entire way, a quiet, expectant presence. As I turned off the highway and onto the familiar gravel road, a thick, unnatural fog rolled in, blanketing the cornfields in a shroud of gray. The world grew silent, my car the only moving thing in a dead, quiet landscape. When I arrived, the house looked different. The decay was the same, but the wrongness I had felt before was now a palpable, physical presence. It was a low, humming vibration in the air, a pressure against my eardrums. It was the feeling of a place that was awake and waiting. I got out of the car. The air was cold and smelled of damp earth and something else. Smoke. A faint, phantom smell of old, cold smoke. I walked up the rotten, sagging steps of the porch. The front door was ajar, hanging from a single rusted hinge. I pushed it open and stepped inside. The interior was a wreck. Dust as thick and soft as gray snow covered everything. The furniture was draped in cobwebs that looked like funeral shrouds. In the center of the living room, there was a large, dark stain on the floorboards where the fire had burned hottest. My eyes were drawn to the staircase. It led up into a darkness that felt solid, absolute. The child's weeping from my dreams echoed in my memory. "Why am I here?" I shouted, my voice swallowed by the oppressive silence. "Are you lost, Alan?" The voice wasn't Cal's. It was in my head. A man's voice, rough and low like stones grinding together. I spun around. The room was empty. "You're not supposed to be here," the voice whispered in my mind. "This is my house. She is my daughter." A cold, creeping terror, far worse than anything I had felt before, began to seep into my bones. This was not the ghost of a lost little girl. This was something else. This was Silas, the father. I stumbled back, my hand finding the wall to steady myself. My fingers brushed against a patch of peeling wallpaper. Underneath it was a dark, almost black wood. The house had been charred from the inside out. The fire had been far worse than the newspaper had reported. I forced myself to move, to explore. I was an archaeologist in a tomb of sorrow. I found a kitchen, a rusted-out stove, a table with a single overturned chair. I found the master bedroom, a mattress with its springs bursting out like broken ribs. And then I found the nursery, The door was closed. The brass knob was cool to the touch. I took a deep breath and pushed it open. The room was almost completely burned out. The walls were black with soot. The crib was a skeletal, charred frame. The air was thick with the smell of tragedy. But in the corner of the room, something had survived. It was a small wooden toy chest. The paint had been blistered by the heat, but it was largely intact. I knelt down and opened it. Inside, nestled among a few melted plastic toys, was a single leather-bound diary, its pages yellowed and warped by the heat and the damp. The name Mary Whitaker was embossed on the cover. I opened it, my hands trembling. Mary's handwriting was a neat, elegant script, but as the entries progressed, they became a frantic, terrified scrawl. She wrote of her husband, Silas, of a good man who had been consumed by a darkness, a possessive, jealous rage. She wrote of his obsession with his daughter, Lily, an obsession that had soured into something unnatural, something terrifying. He wouldn't let her go to school. He wouldn't let her have friends. He saw every stranger as a threat. The final entry was dated the night of the fire. He has locked us in. He says the world is too full of poison, that he is the only one who can keep Lily pure. He has been talking to himself all day. I can smell gasoline. He is not going to let us leave. He is going to keep us here with him forever. If anyone ever finds this, know that I tried to save my daughter. Know that I loved her. A single hot tear dripped onto the fragile page. It wasn't a tragic accident. It was a murder-suicide. Silas had been a monster. He had trapped his family, and when he couldn't control them in life, he had bound them to this place in death. But that didn't explain me. It didn't explain the GPS. I heard a floorboard creak behind me. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat. Nothing but the feeling of being watched, of Silas's malevolent presence, was suffocating. I had to get out. I stumbled out of the nursery, clutching the diary, and ran for the stairs. As I reached the bottom step, I saw it. On a small, dusty table by the front door, half hidden under a pile of rotted mail, was an object that had no business being there. It was a Wayfinder 5000 GPS unit, the exact same model as mine. Its screen was cracked, and it was caked in dust and grime, but it was unmistakable. And then the final, horrifying piece of the puzzle clicked into place. My GPS wasn't haunted by a ghost from the house. My GPS was from the house. Silas Whitaker, a traveling salesman, perhaps, like me. A man who relied on a piece of technology to guide him. A man who had programmed his home address into the device. A single, final destination. On that last, terrible night, as he drove home with his can of gasoline and his murderous intent, that GPS had been in his car, charting his final fatal course. The device had absorbed the trauma, the rage, the violent possessive energy of that night. It had become a vessel for his will. It was a cursed object, a relic of a murder. And somehow, through the strange, convoluted currents of second-hand sales and forgotten electronics, it had found its way to me. Or, more terrifyingly, it had chosen me. A man just like him, a traveling father with a wife and a daughter at home. It was trying to repeat the pattern. It was trying to bring me home, to its home, to make me a part of its endless tragic loop. You can stay. The voice of Silas whispered in my head. We can be a family. I heard the front door slam shut with a deafening final boom. The air grew cold. The shadows in the room deepened and seemed to coalesce. A figure began to form in the doorway, a tall, gaunt man made of smoke and rage and decades of festering hate. But another presence was in the room now, too, a small, cold spot by the foot of the stairs. I could hear a faint, sobbing sound. It was her, Lily. She wasn't a part of his rage. She was his victim, his prisoner. And she was just as trapped as he was. I knew then what I had to do. I couldn't fight him. He was too strong here. This was his house. But maybe I could free her. The GPS. It was a beacon for him, but maybe it could be a key for her. It was a map. It knew the way home, but it was stuck on its final terrible instruction. I had to give it a new one. I ran back to my car, the ghost of Silas shrieking with rage behind me, the force of his anger a physical battering wind. I fumbled for my keys, my hands slick with sweat. I got in the car and slammed the door, locking it. The windows began to frost over from the inside. A child's small spectral handprint appeared on the passenger side glass. I ripped my own wayfinder from the dashboard. I looked at the little girl's handprint. "It's okay," I whispered, my voice trembling. "I'm going to take you home. Not this home, a different one." My fingers flew across the screen of the GPS. I went into the settings, into the saved addresses. Under Home, it listed the coordinates for Crow's End Road. I deleted it. Then I typed in a new address. My address. The address where my wife and daughter were waiting. The address that, for the past few months, I had been too terrified to even think about. "Set destination to home," I said, my voice firm. The screen flickered. The ghost of Silas roared, and the car shook violently, as if in the grip of a giant, unseen hand. For a moment, the map showed the twisted, impossible route back to the farmhouse. But then something shifted. A new, clean, purple line appeared on the screen, leading away from this place of horror, leading back towards the highway, back towards the world of the living. "Navigating to home," Cal said. Her voice was different. The cold, synthetic edge was gone. It was just a voice now, a tool. The curse had been broken. The pressure on the car vanished. The frost on the windows melted away. The small, spectral handprint faded. I looked in my rearview mirror. The house on Crow's End Road was just a house again, a sad, rotting structure in a dying wood. The profound, malevolent wrongness was gone. I had not defeated the ghost of Silas Whitaker. I had simply taken away his map. I had stolen his ride. I drove away from that place and didn't look back. The 5-hour drive home was the quietest, most peaceful drive of my life. I threw the Wayfinder 5000 into a gas station trash can 100 miles away. When I walked through my front door, the smell of Sarah's cooking, the sound of Emily practicing a clumsy, beautiful song on the piano, it was the most sacred, wonderful sensory experience of my life. I held them both, my face buried in their hair, and I wept. They didn't understand why, not really, and I would never be able to tell them. I quit my job. I found a new one, a local one. I don't drive much anymore. My world has become smaller and infinitely more precious. I am a man who has looked into the abyss, a place where love becomes a cage and home becomes a tomb. I am a man who was chosen by a ghost to be his replacement. But I refused the role. I rewrote the map. I chose my own destination, and every morning, when I wake up in my own bed next to my wife, with the sound of my daughter padding down the hall, I know, with a gratitude that is as deep and as real as a prayer, that I have arrived. I am home. With that, the story is over. Let's move to the next story. There's a new room in my apartment every time I wake up. The apartment was my anchor. In the swirling, chaotic sea of a life that had recently been capsized, apartment 7A was my one small immutable island of reality. It was a simple space, a pre-war one-bedroom with a kind of solid, dependable architecture that no longer exists. You entered into the living room, a decent-sized rectangle with a large window that looked out onto the intricate iron lacework of a fire escape and the stoic, unimpressed brick wall of the building opposite. To the right, a small galley kitchen that always smelled faintly of gas and old coffee. Straight ahead, a short hallway with the bathroom on the left and the bedroom at the end. 750 square feet of predictable, logical, blessedly boring space. I knew its every scar and imperfection. The weight of floorboards in the hallway groaned a three-note complaint when you walked on them. The water stain on the bedroom ceiling that looked like a profile of Abraham Lincoln. The persistent draft that whispered from the bottom of the living room window. I had measured its walls. I had memorized its layout. I had made it my sanctuary. My name is Alex, and for the past 6 months, since my brother Ben's accident, this apartment was the only thing in the universe that still made sense. Ben was the one who didn't make sense, the one who defied logic and gravity. He was a climber, a man who found his church on the sheer, unforgiving faces of granite cliffs. I was the urban planner, a man who designed grids, who believed in right angles and zoning laws, who found comfort in the predictable, horizontal flow of life. He chased the vertical, and 6 months ago, the vertical had won. A freak storm, a loose hold, a moment of gravitational certainty. He was gone, and my world, once a neat and ordered blueprint, had become a crumpled, tear-stained mess. Apartment 7A was the drafting table where I was trying and failing to smooth it out again. The first new room appeared on a Tuesday. I woke up with the familiar dull ache of a grief hangover, my dreams having been a long, exhausting replay of things I couldn't change. I shuffled out of the bedroom, down the short hallway, heading for the promise of coffee, and I stopped. On the right side of the hallway, opposite the bathroom, where there had only ever been a blank plaster wall decorated with a framed print of a Rothko painting, there was now a door. It wasn't a strange door. It was a door that looked like it had always been there. It was the same solid dark wood as the bathroom and bedroom doors, with the same simple, tarnished brass knob. My mind, sluggish and still half asleep, refused to process it. For a long, stupid moment, I just stared, trying to reconcile this new, impossible fact with the unshakable, dogmatic certainty of the apartment's layout that I held in my head. My first thought, the one produced by the logical grid-making part of my brain, was that I was losing my mind. That grief had finally cracked the foundations of my sanity and was now busily renovating the interior. My second thought, marginally less terrifying, was that I was still dreaming. I reached out and touched the wall beside the doorframe. The plaster was cool and solid. I pinched the soft skin on the back of my hand. The sting was sharp and real. With a trembling hand, I gripped the brass knob. It was cool and heavy. I turned it. The latch clicked with a soft, well-oiled sound. I pulled the door open. Inside was a small, narrow room, no more than 6 feet deep and 4 feet wide. It was a study or a library, furnished with a single elegant dark wood desk and a leather-backed chair. The walls were lined with built-in bookshelves, and they were filled from floor to ceiling with books. I could smell the familiar, comforting scent of old paper and leather binding. A small green-shaded banker's lamp sat on the desk, unlit. The room was windowless, and the air within it was still and silent, as if it had been sealed for a century. I stood in the doorway, my mind a screaming chaos of disbelief. I had lived here for 3 years. I had painted this hallway. I had hung that Rothko print. There had never been a door. There had never been a study. I closed the door, my heart hammering against my ribs. I leaned my forehead against the cool wood, my breath coming in short, sharp gasps. I opened my eyes and looked at the Rothko, which now hung on the shorter stretch of wall between the new door and the living room. It looked perfectly natural there, as if it had always been its home. My brain was desperately trying to re-narrate my own reality. Maybe it was always here. A panicked internal voice whispered, "Maybe you just forgot. The grief, the stress, it's made you unobservant." But I wasn't an unobservant person. I was the person who noticed that the city had planted a new ginkgo tree on the corner of 5th and Elm. I was the person who knew the precise number of steps from my front door to the subway station. I did not forget entire rooms in my own apartment. I spent the rest of the day in a state of hypervigilant dread, a ghost in my own newly expanded home. I kept opening and closing the door, each time half expecting the room to be gone, each time being met with the same silent, impossible study. I ran my hands along the door frame, the bookshelves. They were solid. They were real. I pulled a book from a shelf. It was a leather-bound copy of Moby Dick. The pages were real. The ink was real. On the desk, there was a single framed photograph. I picked it up. It was a picture of me and Ben, aged about 8 and 10, grinning our gap-toothed smiles on a beach, a plastic shovel and pail between us. My mother had that same picture on her mantelpiece, 1,000 miles away. The sight of my brother's smiling, carefree face sitting here in this room that shouldn't exist was the thing that finally broke me. I stumbled back out of the room and slammed the door, a choked, guttural sob escaping my lips. This was not a hallucination. This was something else, something far, far worse. That night, sleep was a battlefield. I barricaded my bedroom door with a chair, a pathetically medieval defense against a threat that was already inside, a threat that operated on the laws of architecture and not of force. I left every light in the apartment on, a blazing, defiant stand against the darkness where these impossible changes seemed to be born. I woke with a jolt, the gray light of dawn filtering through the window. The chair was still wedged under the knob. I took a deep, shuddering breath and opened the door. The hallway was as it had been yesterday. The door to the study was still there. I made my way into the living room, my every nerve ending screaming, and that's when I saw it. The change was on the far wall, the one that separated my living room from my neighbor's apartment. Yesterday, it had been a long, unbroken stretch of wall where my sofa and a large abstract painting had sat. Now, in the middle of that wall, there was another door. This one was different. It was a simple, white-painted door, the kind you'd find in a nursery. It had a small crystal knob. A low, keening sound of pure terror escaped my lips. I wanted to run, to flee the apartment and never come back. But where would I go? How could I explain it? I'm sorry, I have to break my lease. My apartment is breeding. With a sense of dread so profound it felt like I was moving through water, I crossed the room and opened a new door. The room beyond was a child's nursery. It was fully furnished in a style that was both old-fashioned and achingly familiar. A wooden crib stood against one wall, a rocking horse with faded peeling paint in the corner. The wallpaper was a pattern of pale yellow stars and smiling crescent moons. The room was thick with the dust of ages, and the air was cold and still. And it was familiar because it was the nursery that my ex-girlfriend Sarah and I had planned, down to the last detail, in a series of late-night wine-fueled conversations about a future that had never come to pass. We had broken up a year before Ben's accident, a quiet, amicable death by 1,000 unsaid things. I backed out of the room, a new, different kind of grief twisting in my gut. The apartment wasn't just adding rooms, it was building them from the raw material of my own life, my own memories, my own sorrows. It was constructing a museum of my failures, a monument to my losses. The days that followed were a descent into a surreal architectural nightmare. Every morning there was a new door, a new room. A long, narrow, windowless hallway appeared, leading from the kitchen to nowhere, its far end shrouded in a darkness my eyes could never penetrate. A small tiled bathroom, identical to the one in my childhood home, materialized off the living room. The faint, phantom smell of my father's aftershave still hanging in the air. My 750-square-foot apartment was becoming a sprawling labyrinthine mansion, a physical manifestation of my own fractured psyche. I tried to fight it with logic. I went online and found the original blueprints for my building, a grainy PDF from the 1920s. It showed my apartment as I had always known it, a simple one-bedroom unit. There were no hidden studies, no forgotten nurseries. I took a tape measure and measured the exterior dimensions of my apartment from the hallway. They hadn't changed. I was still occupying the same physical footprint in the building. The growth was happening internally. The space was bigger on the inside. The thought was so fundamentally, cosmically impossible that my mind, the mind of a man who designed logical spaces for a living, threatened to collapse under the strain. I set up a camera. I positioned my laptop on a stool in the living room, its webcam aimed at the blank wall where I suspected the next door would appear. I hit record and went to bed, a small, desperate hope flickering in my chest. Video evidence? Proof. When I woke up, a new door, a heavy iron-banded medieval-looking thing, stood in the wall. I rushed to my laptop, my hands shaking. I played back the video. The footage showed me walking out of frame towards the bedroom. The wall remained blank and solid for 8 straight hours of recording. The digital timestamp in the corner ticked by, second by agonizing second. And then, between one frame and the next, at exactly 3:33 a.m., it happened. In the space of a single, imperceptible flicker of a video frame, the door was just there. It hadn't formed, it hadn't grown. It had simply asserted its existence into reality, a jump cut in the film of my life. I was utterly, completely alone with this madness. Who could I tell? A psychiatrist would diagnose me with a dissociative disorder. A priest would talk of demons. A physicist would laugh me out of the room. My only companion was the ever-expanding, silent, and deeply personal architecture of my own private hell. The apartment was no longer just a collection of rooms. It was a landscape, and I began to get lost in it. The new impossible geography began to assert its dominance over the old familiar layout. One morning, I walked out of my bedroom, turned left to go to the bathroom, and found myself not in the short, familiar hallway, but at the beginning of the new, long, dark corridor. I turned back, but the bedroom door was gone, replaced by a smooth plaster wall. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. I was a rat in a maze, and the maze was my own home, my own mind. It took me nearly an hour of frantic, terrifying wandering through rooms that were echoes of my own past to find my way back to the original, core part of the apartment. After that, I began leaving trails of string, like a modern-day Theseus, a pathetic, desperate attempt to map the shifting, treacherous terrain of my own grief. The rooms were not always empty. They were populated by the ghosts of objects. In a perfect replica of Ben's chaotic, messy teenage bedroom, I found his old, beat-up acoustic guitar propped in the corner. I picked it up. It was real. I strummed a chord, and the sound, dusty and resonant, was a punch to the gut. On the desk, in a perfect replica of my first post-college apartment, I found a half-finished letter to Sarah, a letter I had written and then torn up a decade ago, pouring out all the things I had been too young and too foolish to say. The apartment was not just building rooms, it was resurrecting my past. It was curating my regrets. And a dark, terrifying question began to form in my mind. What was it building towards? I had to understand the source, the building itself. I began to dig into its history, spending my days in the city archives, a frantic, sleep-deprived man sifting through dusty property records and brittle, yellowed newspapers. The building had been constructed in 1928 by a reclusive, eccentric architect named Alistair Blackwood. He was a visionary, they said, a man obsessed with the psychological impact of living spaces. He had designed and built the entire building himself and had lived until his death in the penthouse. There were rumors, of course, whispers of strange geometries in his designs, of an obsession with the occult, of the idea that a building could be more than just wood and brick, that it could be a vessel, a consciousness. I found a single self-published book he had written, a slim leather-bound volume titled Mnemonic Architecture. It was not a book about design, it was a manifesto. It was the insane, brilliant, and terrifying ramblings of a man who believed that a space could become a living extension of the human mind. He wrote of psychotectonic blueprints, of buildings that could respond to the powerful emotional resonance of their inhabitants. He believed that profound grief, a powerful, focused, and unresolved sorrow, was the most potent building material in the universe. It could warp space. It could create echoes of the past. It could, he theorized, literally build new realities. A house is not a machine for living, he wrote in a spidery, arrogant script. It is a womb or a tomb, and when a powerful consciousness fills it with its sorrow, it will choose to become one or the other. It will either nurture a new life, or it will build a mausoleum to the old one. My apartment was building a mausoleum, and I was the guest of honor. The final piece of the puzzle, the one that confirmed the true monstrous nature of my situation, came from a small overlooked article in a 1945 newspaper. It was a short piece about the strange, unexplained disappearance of Alistair Blackwood. He had simply vanished from his penthouse apartment. The police had found the apartment locked from the inside. Nothing was out of place. He was just gone. The last line of the article was a quote from the investigating officer. "It's the strangest thing I've ever seen. The apartment, it felt bigger on the inside than it looked from the outside. We kept opening doors and finding more rooms. It was like the place just went on forever." Blackwood hadn't just designed a theory. He had built it, and he had become its first victim. The building wasn't haunted by him. The building was him, or what was left of him, a parasitic architectural consciousness that had been lying dormant for decades, waiting for a new source of fuel, waiting for a grief as powerful and as focused as its own, waiting for me. The apartment was no longer just a reflection of my past. It began to feel actively, malevolently intelligent. I would hear noises from the new rooms at night, the faint, mocking sound of a child's laughter from the empty nursery, the soft, mournful notes of a single amateurish chord being strummed on Ben's guitar. I would find the books in the study rearranged, their titles spelling out a single, accusing word. Why? It was trying to communicate. It was trying to break me. It was feeding on my sorrow, and the more I grieved, the more it grew, the more elaborate and personal the rooms became. A perfect replica of the hospital room where Ben had died appeared, the scent of antiseptic and lilies so strong it made me gag. The rhythmic, electronic beep of a phantom heart monitor a constant torturous soundtrack. I was being digested. My memories, my emotions, my very identity were being broken down and used as bricks and mortar in this ever-expanding prison of the self. I knew, with a certainty that was as cold and hard as a granite that had killed my brother, that if I didn't find a way out, I would end up like Alistair Blackwood. I would be absorbed. I would be a whisper in a new empty room, waiting for the next grieving soul to move in. My only hope was Sarah. She was the one loose thread, the one part of my past that was not defined solely by loss. Our ending had been sad, but it had not been tragic. I called her. My voice was a wreck, a frantic, paranoid babble. I didn't tell her everything. I just told her I was in trouble, that I needed to see her. She must have heard the raw, naked terror in my voice because she didn't argue. She just said, "I'll be there in an hour." She was my one desperate gamble. I needed a witness. I needed another consciousness in the apartment, someone who could prove that this was real, that I wasn't just a man who had been driven mad by grief. When she arrived, my heart was a frantic, terrified drum. I let her in, and she just stood in the doorway, her face a mask of shock and concern. "Alex," she breathed, "what's happened to you?" I probably looked like a ghost. I hadn't slept properly in weeks, but I didn't care about that. "You see it, don't you?" I asked, my voice trembling, pointing a shaky finger at the nursery, doctor in the living room wall. She frowned. "See what? The door." "It wasn't here before, Sarah," I said, my voice cracking. "None of them were." I took her on a tour of my own personal madness. I showed her the study, the dark hallway, the replica of Ben's bedroom. She followed me, her expression shifting from concern to a deep, profound, and terrifying pity. She couldn't see them. Where I saw a door, she saw a blank wall. I would open the door, walk into the study, and to her, it looked like I was just standing in the hallway staring at the plaster. I would describe the books, the desk, the photograph of me and Ben, and she would just look at me with those kind, gentle, psychiatrist-in-training eyes, her heart breaking for the man she had once loved, the man who was now so clearly, so tragically, lost in his own mind. The apartment was showing itself only to me. It was a private, bespoke hell, perfectly tailored to my own consciousness. Her inability to see it was the cruelest, most perfect torture of all. It was the final, definitive proof that I was alone. "Alex," she said, her voice soft, taking my hands in hers. "You've been through a trauma, a terrible one. Sometimes, when we're in that much pain, our minds, they build things to protect us or to punish us. You need help, real help. Let me call someone." I pulled my hands away. "You think I'm crazy?" "I think you're in pain," she said, her eyes welling with tears. And then the apartment, the monstrous sentient thing that had been listening to our every word, played its master stroke. A new sound began to emanate from the living room wall, a soft, rhythmic, electronic beeping, the sound of a heart monitor, the sound from the hospital room, but this time it was different. It was slowing down. Beep, 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 and then a long, flat, unbroken tone, the sound of a flat line, the sound of the exact moment my brother had died. Sarah heard it. Her head snapped around, her eyes wide with a confusion that was rapidly turning to fear. "What is that?" she whispered. The sound was real. It was in the room with both of us. The apartment had finally shown its hand. It had created something that she could perceive, a bridge between my madness and her reality. And it had chosen the most cruel, most painful sound it possibly could. The sound stopped, and a new door began to form in the wall between us. It didn't just appear. We watched it happen. The plaster seemed to thin, to become translucent. We could see the wooden studs behind it, and then they too began to warp and twist, the wood groaning, bending into the shape of a door frame. A dark, heavy hospital room door materialized out of the very substance of the wall, the small rectangular window in its center showing not a hospital corridor, but a swirling, absolute darkness. Sarah let out a small, strangled scream and stumbled back, her hand flying to her mouth. She saw it. It was real. I wasn't crazy. The validation, the thing I had been so desperate for, was a hollow, terrifying thing. Because now she was a part of it. Now she was trapped in here with me. The door swung open, and the thing that stood in the doorway was not a memory. It was not an object. It was a man. He was tall and gaunt, dressed in an old-fashioned threadbare suit from the 1920s. His face was a pale, emotionless mask. His eyes, two burning, intelligent points of light. It was Alistair Blackwood, or the echo of him, the central, foundational consciousness of this architectural monster. "Grief is such a powerful material," he said, his voice a dry, dusty whisper that seemed to come from the walls themselves. "But it requires a catalyst, an architect. Your sorrow has given me so much to build with, but the structure is unstable. It needs a cornerstone, a permanent resident." He looked from me to Sarah, and in his cold, dead eyes I saw the final, terrible blueprint of his design. He didn't want me. He wanted her. He wanted to trap her here, a new, fresh source of sorrow for me, a grief so profound it would give him enough power to build his mausoleum into a cathedral. He was going to take her, and I was going to be the eternal grieving warden of her prison, my pain the fuel that would keep the walls standing forever. In that moment, Something inside me shifted. The grief, the fear, the helpless passive sorrow that had defined my life for the past year was burned away by a sudden, white-hot surge of pure, protective rage. This thing, this ghost of brick and mortar, was not going to have her. I thought of Ben, of his fearlessness, of his constant, relentless forward momentum. I had spent my life building walls, living within the safe, predictable grids. Ben had spent his life climbing over them. I finally understood. The apartment was a wall, and I had to climb it. I didn't run from Blackwood. I ran through him. His form dissolved into a cloud of cold, whispering dust as I passed, and I plunged into the dark doorway behind him. I was back in the labyrinth, the shifting, impossible corridors of my own past. But this time, I wasn't lost. I was navigating. I was looking for the heart of the maze. Blackwood's theory was right. Grief was the building material, and my grief for Ben was the foundation of this entire monstrous structure. To tear it down, I had to find the source, not just the memory of his death, but the core of the guilt that had turned my grief into a poison. I ran through the rooms, the echoes of my life swirling around me. I ignored the whispers, the phantoms. I was looking for the first room, the one that had started it all, the study. I found it deep in the impossible heart of the apartment. I burst through the door. The room was the same, but the air was humming with a powerful, concentrated energy. And in the center of the room, on the desk, the photograph of me and Ben on the beach was glowing with a soft, internal light. This was it, the cornerstone, the foundational memory, not of his death, but of our lives together. The thing the house was twisting, perverting. I heard Sarah scream my name from somewhere far away in the maze. Blackwood was after her. I had to end this, now. I picked up the photograph, and I finally allowed myself to feel the one true ugly thing I had been hiding from myself for 6 months. I wasn't just grieving for Ben. I was angry at him. I was angry at him for his recklessness, for his choices, for leaving me alone. I was angry at him for being the one who got to climb, while I was the one who was left to watch, to worry, to plan for a future that would never happen. And beneath the anger was the guilt that a part of me, a small, dark, resentful part, had been jealous of his freedom. "I'm sorry, Ben," I whispered, my voice thick with tears. "I'm so sorry. I wasn't just apologizing for not being able to save him. I was apologizing for everything, for being the safe brother, for being the resentful brother, for being the one who was left behind. And then I did the one thing the house, the grief, the monster did not expect. I accepted it. I accepted the anger. I accepted the guilt. I accepted the ugly, messy, painful, and profoundly real love I had for my brother. I stopped fighting the grief, and instead I just let it be, a part of me, not a prison, but a scar, a proof that he had been real. I took the photograph, the glowing foundational memory, and I put it in my pocket. I was not going to let the house have it. I was taking it back. It was mine. The room began to shake. A low, groaning structural sound, like a building about to collapse, echoed all around me. The bookshelves trembled, the books fallen to the floor. The walls began to dissolve, not into new rooms, but back into the plain, simple plaster they had once been. The mausoleum was being unbuilt. I had taken back the cornerstone, and the entire impossible structure was collapsing in on itself. I ran, following the sound of the collapsing architecture, the maze simplifying, untwisting itself as I went. I burst back out into the living room. Sarah was there, huddled in a corner, her face pale with terror. The ghostly form of Blackwood was flickering, fading, his face a mask of rage and disbelief as his world, his creation, was being unmade around him. The nursery door vanished. The door to my childhood bathroom dissolved. One by one, the ghosts of my past were being exorcised by the simple, powerful act of acceptance. Finally, the apartment was just an apartment again. 750 square feet of solid, dependable reality. The ghost of Alistair Blackwood gave one final silent scream and then dissolved into a faint wisp of dust that was caught in the draft from the window and disappeared. We were alone. The humming was gone. The cold was gone. The only sound was the frantic, desperate sound of our own breathing. We left that day. We packed a single bag and walked out of apartment 7A and never went back. The building, the city, held too many ghosts. We moved west to a place with a wider sky, a place where the buildings were new and had no memory. Our relationship, which had died a quiet death, was reborn in the crucible of that impossible experience. We are rebuilding on a new, more honest foundation. We are not the same people we were. We are scarred, but we are whole. I am an architect now, not a planner. I design small, simple, honest houses, spaces that are filled with light and air. I believe that buildings have souls, and I try to make them kind ones. The grief for my brother is still there. It always will be. But it is no longer a sprawling, monstrous labyrinth. It is a single, small room inside of me. A room I can visit when I need to. A room with a solid, dependable door. A door that I can choose to open. A door that I can, when I am ready, choose to close. And a door that I know, with an absolute, unshakable certainty, will always, always be there. That's where this story ends. Let's continue with the next. I explored an abandoned amusement park. The rides still run. The fence wasn't meant to keep people out. It was meant to keep something in. Chain link, 12 feet high, crowned with 3 spirals of rusted concertina wire, not neat factory-rolled stuff, but hand-twisted, jagged like barbed wire woven by frantic, desperate fingers. It sagged in places, bowed outward where the earth beneath had shifted or sunk, but the gaps weren't large enough to squeeze through. Not easily, not safely. A sign hung crookedly from the gate. What was left of it? The wood was warped, paint blistered and peeling, but the words were still legible beneath the grime and birdlime. Silver Pines, Family Funland Est. 1958. Closed indefinitely. July 17, 1982. Do not enter. Trespassers will be prosecuted. Below that, scrawled in thick black spray paint, newer but already weathered, they don't stop. I'd seen the photos online. Grainy, shaky phone footage shot through the fence. The skeletal remains of the whirling dervish coaster, vines choking its supports. The carousel of dreams. Horses frozen mid-gallop, paint flaking like leprous skin. The funhouse, its clown mouth entrance gaping open, teeth shattered, eyes dark and hollow. Urban explorers called it the last laugh, a tombstone for mid-century optimism. But tonight wasn't about photos. Tonight was about silence. My sister Ellie had vanished here 32 years ago, July 16, 1982, the day before the official closure, the last day Silver Pines was open to the public. She'd been 12. I was 8. We'd begged our parents for just one more ride on the Sky Spiral, the giant double-helix Ferris wheel that dominated the skyline. They'd said no. Too late. We'd snuck back after dark, just to look, just to see. We never came out. I did, alone, barefoot, covered in scratches, eyes wide, unblinking, no memory of how, no memory of her. The police searched for weeks, dragged the lake, tore apart the ruins of the burned-down carnival kitchen, found nothing. Ellie was declared missing, presumed dead. My parents divorced within the year. I spent the next 3 decades building walls, literally as a contractor, hoping to enclose the hollow space she left behind. Tonight, on the 32nd anniversary, the walls felt thin. The lock on the gate wasn't padlocked. It hung open. A heavy, old-fashioned hasp, rusted through, dangled uselessly. The gate itself stood ajar, just 6 inches, enough for a child to slip through, or for something to let me in. I pushed. The hinges screamed, a sound like metal tearing flesh, and the gate swung inward with unnatural smoothness as if oiled moments before. The air changed. Outside, summer night, crickets, distant highway drone. Inside, silence, thick, absolute. Not the absence of sound, the presence of waiting. The scent hit me next. Cotton candy and diesel fuel, yes, but underneath, the sweet rot stench of mildew, burnt wiring, and something else, something metallic, like old pennies left in the rain. And beneath that, the faint, greasy odor of machine oil and warm wax. The path ahead was cracked concrete, weeds forcing through like green bones. To the left, the whirling dervish loomed, its track a rusted scar against the moonless sky. To the right, the carousel of dreams stood silent, its canopy torn, horses staring blindly into the dark. Straight ahead, the midway, empty game stalls, test your strength, ring, toss, shoot the star. Prizes still sat on the shelves behind dusty glass, stuffed bears with button eyes, plastic rockets, goldfish in sealed plastic bags, their water long evaporated, leaving only translucent husks curled at the bottom. I walked toward the sky spiral, the Ferris wheel. It stood at the park's heart, a skeletal giant of riveted steel, its gondolas hanging like empty cocoons. Moonlight, when it broke, through the clouds, caught the safety harnesses, still buckled, swaying faintly in a wind I couldn't feel. At the base, the operator's booth, the glass was shattered. Inside, the control panel was a ruin of dead switches and corroded dials, except one, a single red button, large, mushroom-shaped, labeled in faded white paint, Start. It glowed, faintly, pulsing, like a heartbeat. I didn't touch it. I walked past, toward the funhouse. Its entrance was the clown, Barnaby the Breezy, a 20-foot-tall fiberglass monstrosity, paint cracked and peeling, revealing the gray substrate beneath. One eye socket was empty. The other held a single, bare light bulb. It was on. The bulb flickered once, twice, then steadied. Inside the socket, movement. A shape, small, hunched, watching. I stepped back. The clown's mouth, the entrance, let out a sound. Not a recording. A sigh, long, wet, exhausted. Then a whisper, carried on the still air, dry as dead leaves skittering on concrete. "Ellie?" My breath hitched. I ran, not away. Toward the sound, into the fun house. The interior was a warren of warped plywood and mildewed burlap. Mirrors lined the first corridor, not shattered but warped, distorting my reflection into impossible, elongated shapes. Too tall, too thin, limbs bending at wrong angles, eyes stretched wide with silent terror. I passed a sign, Hall of Laughter. No laughter, just breathing, ragged, close, from the mirrors themselves. I stopped, looked into one. My reflection stared back. But behind me, in the glass, a figure stood, a girl, 12 years old, wearing a yellow sundress now stained with dirt and something darker. Her hair was tangled, her face pale, smudged with grime. Ellie. She held out her hand, mouthed one word. Run. I turned. The corridor was empty, but the floor wet. Footprints, small, barefoot, leading deeper in. I followed. The next room. The tunnel of terror. A narrow passage, walls lined with sagging black fabric. Strobe lights, dead for decades, flickered erratically, casting stuttering, seizure-inducing flashes of light. In the flashes, shapes moved. Not projected? Present. A figure in a moth-eaten ringmaster's coat, top hat askew, face lost in shadow. A contortionist, limbs bent backward, crawling on the ceiling, a pair of twins, faces featureless, save for wide, lipless mouth, reaching with two long fingers. They didn't attack, just watched, waiting. At the tunnel's end, a curtain, red velvet, faded to the color of dried blood. I pushed through. The mirror maze, not glass. Water. A vast circular room, floor covered in ankle-deep black water. The walls weren't solid. They were sheets of falling water, cascading from unseen pipes in the ceiling, creating a shimmering liquid barrier. In the center of the room, a single island of dry concrete. On it, a chair. Wooden, straight-backed, and in it, Ellie. She wasn't 12 anymore. She was preserved, skin pale, waxy like a museum diorama, hair still tangled but clean, eyes open, not glass. Real, clouded with cataracts but seeing. She turned her head, slowly, looked right at me. Her lips moved, no sound, but the words formed in my mind, clear and cold. You came back. I waded in. The water was cold, thick, clung to my legs like oil. Halfway across, the water rippled, not from my movement. From below, shapes surfaced, hands, pale, bloated, reaching, not grabbing, guiding, pushing me toward the island. I reached the concrete, stood before her. Ellie? I whispered, my voice raw. She smiled, a terrible, broken thing. It's not her, a voice said. I spun. The ringmaster stood at the water's edge. He removed his hat. Not a man, a mask. Beneath it, wax, cracked, sloughing, revealing raw, glistening muscle. His eyes, real, human, bloodshot, locked onto mine. He promised us permanence, the ringmaster rasped, his voice a chorus of dry whispers. A show that never ends, a family that never leaves. He gestured to the water. The hands rose higher. Faces broke the surface. Dozens of them, children, all wearing faded park T-shirts, all staring with those clouded, cataract-covered eyes, all smiling, Ellie's smile. The rides need riders, the ringmaster said. The show needs an audience. The park needs to remember. He stepped into the water. It didn't ripple. He walked on the surface, stopped beside Ellie's chair, placed a hand on her shoulder, her waxen skin dimpled under his touch. She waited for you, he said, every night for 32 years, sitting here, watching the water, hoping you'd remember, hoping you'd come home. Ellie's hand lifted, trembling, reached for mine. I didn't pull away. Her fingers were cold, dry, like old parchment. She pressed something into my palm. A ticket stub, faded blue ink, sky spiral, one ride, 150. July 16th, 1982, 9:47 p.m. My name was scrawled on the back in pencil, childish letters. For Jamie, don't be scared. Tears blurred my vision. I'm sorry, I choked out. I don't remember. I tried. You left, the ringmaster hissed, the whisper chorus rising in pitch. You ran. You forgot. You let the world forget her. He pointed to the water. The faces watched, accusing. The park doesn't forget. Ellie whispered, her voice finally audible, a dry rustle, like pages turning in a sealed tomb. It holds what it loves. The ringmaster leaned close. His breath smelled of burnt sugar and copper. The rides are ready, he said. The sky spiral is waiting. One last ride for her, for you, to make it right. He stepped back. The water parted, a path opened, leading out of the maze toward the Ferris wheel. Ellie's hand tightened on mine. Please, she whispered, just one more ride. I didn't say no. What could I say? I carried her. She was light, hollow, like a doll. We walked the path, out of the fun house, past the silent carousel. The horses' heads turned, following us. Their glass eyes gleamed in the dark. The whirling dervish shrieked, a high metallic wail like brakes failing, and its chain lift began to move. Clunk, clunk, clunk. Carrying an empty train up the first hill, the park was waking up, not with lights, with sound. The calliope on the carousel wheezed to life, a single off-key note held too long. The tilt-a-whirl spun, empty cars rattling on their axles. The scrambler's arms extended, creaking like old bones, all running, all empty, all waiting. We reached the sky spiral. The gondolas hung motionless, except one, the very top car. It swayed gently. The safety harness hung open, inviting. The ringmaster stood at the base, held out a key, brass, tarnished, shaped like a grinning jester's head. The last ride needs a conductor, he said. I looked at Ellie. Her cataract-covered eyes held mine. Don't be scared, she whispered. I took the key. It was warm, pulsing, like a heart. I walked to the control booth, inserted the key, turned it. The red start button flared bright. I pressed it. A deep, resonant gong vibrated through the ground. The sky spiral shuddered. Then clunk! The drive chain engaged. The wheel began to turn, slowly, gracefully. Ellie and I boarded the bottom car. The harness clicked shut, not over us, around us. Binding us together, the wheel ascended higher. The park spread out below, a diorama of decay and dread. The carousel spun faster, horses' manes whipping in the non-existent wind. The whirling dervish plunged down its first drop. Screaming, the funhouse clown's light blazed bright, and from every ride, every stall, every dark corner, figures emerged, hundreds of them, children, all in faded park t-shirts, all watching, all smiling, all waiting for the show to begin. We reached the top. The world fell away, stars above, darkness below. The park, a constellation of movement and sound. Ellie leaned her head on my shoulder. Her waxen skin was warm now. Remember? She whispered. And I did. Not the running, not the fear, the laughing, the wind in our hair, the lights blurring into streaks of color, the feeling of flying, of being together, of being safe. The wheel paused at the apex. The harness released. Ellie stood, looked down at the park, at the waiting crowd, at the ringmaster standing alone in the center of the midway, head tilted back. She stepped onto the edge of the gondola, held out her hand. "Come home, Jamie," she said. The park held its breath. The rides fell silent. The only sound, the wind, and the faint, rhythmic thump, thump, thump from the gondola floor, like a heart, like the park's heart, like my heart. I looked at the harness, at the open sky, at my sister, At the town beyond the fence, lights twinkling unaware, I took her hand. The gondola tipped. We fell, not down. Into the light, into the sound, into the show. The last thing I saw, not with my eyes, but with the part of me that had always known, was the park below. The rides still ran. The carousel spun. The coaster screamed. The fun house sighed. And the crowd, the hundreds of children, raised their hands. Not in farewell, in welcome, the circle was whole. The show would go on forever. And as the wind rushed past, Ellie's laughter filled my ears, real, bright, unburdened, and I finally understood. The fence wasn't to keep people out, it was to keep the joy in. The perfect, terrible, eternal joy of Silver Pines, where no one ever leaves, where no one is ever lost, where the rides still run, and the last laugh, it's always ours. That brings this story to a close. Let's carry on to the next one. The motel was a fossil, a perfectly preserved specimen from an era of chrome, linoleum, and a kind of desperate roadside optimism that no longer exists. It was called the Starlight Vista, a grand, ludicrous name for a low-slung, L-shaped building of peeling paint and buzzing neon that offered a stunning vista of a gas station and a 24-hour diner. I was the night clerk, a post I had occupied for the past 6 years. My name is Arthur, and my life had become a long, quiet, and deeply repetitive night, punctuated only by the arrival of the occasional weary traveler or the distant melancholy wail of a train passing through the dark. The Starlight Vista was a place of ghosts, but not the spooky kind. It was haunted by the ghosts of salesmen with worn-out briefcases, of families on cross-country trips in wood-paneled station wagons, of lovers meeting for clandestine, lukewarm affairs. Every scuff on the floor, every cigarette burn on the Formica countertops was a small, silent testament to a life that had passed through and moved on. I was the curator of this museum of transient lives. My nightly ritual was as fixed and unchanging as the constellations. I'd make a pot of coffee that was strong enough to dissolve a spoon. I'd read the local paper with a kind of detached anthropological interest, and I'd check the reservation ledger. The ledger was the one anomaly in my otherwise predictable world. It was a thick, leather-bound book, its pages yellowed and soft with age, a holdover from the pre-digital era that the motel's owner, a flinty, unsentimental old man named Mr. Gable, refused to replace. And in that ledger there was the mystery of Room 9. Every single night, for as long as I had worked there, the entry for Room 9 was the same. A single, neat, and unchanging line, written in a precise, slightly old-fashioned cursive, J. Corbin. No first name, no payment information, no check-in time. Just the name. The reservation was a permanent, unmovable fixture in the book. The first time I asked Mr. Gable about it, he had given me a look that was as cold and sharp as a shard of broken glass. "Room 9 is not your concern, Arthur," he'd said, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. "It's occupied, permanently. You do not knock on the door. You do not slide a bill under it. You simply leave it be. Is that understood?" It was not an invitation for a conversation. It was an order, and for 6 years I had obeyed it. I had treated Room 9 as if it did not exist. It was a blank spot on the map of my small nocturnal kingdom, but my curiosity, a slow, patient, and persistent creature, had been gnawing at the edges of my obedience for years. I had done the math. I had gone back, page by yellowed page, through the old ledgers that were stored in the back office. The reservation for J. Corbin had started on a Tuesday, October 14th, 1986, and it had never stopped. 39 years, 14,235 nights, a single unbroken reservation. Who was J. Corbin? Was he a recluse, a modern-day Howard Hughes, living out his days in a cheap roadside motel? But I had never seen anyone go in or out of that room. The housekeeping staff, two quiet middle-aged sisters named Maria and Sophia, never cleaned it. When I had asked them, they had just crossed themselves and shaken their heads, muttering something in Spanish about bad air. The room itself was a paradox. It was at the far end of the west wing, the last door on the left. The paint on the door was not peeling. The brass number 9 was not tarnished. The "Do Not Disturb" sign, a small plastic rectangle, hung permanently from the knob. Its red letters faded to a pale anemic pink. The window that faced the parking lot was always dark, its thick mustard yellow curtains always drawn, but the room was not dead. It consumed electricity. I had checked the meters in the maintenance closet. Room 9 drew a steady, consistent, and low-level amount of power day and night, the kind of power draw you'd see from a single, low-wattage light bulb, and maybe an old, inefficient clock radio. My quiet, ordered life was built around this one, singular and deeply unsettling mystery, and for 6 years I had been content to let it remain one. But then Mr. Gable died. A heart attack, swift and efficient in his sleep. His estranged daughter, a brisk, no-nonsense woman from the city, inherited the motel, and her first order of business was to modernize. A team of contractors descended upon the starlight vista, and the comfortable, dusty silence of my life was shattered by the sound of hammers and power saws. They were replacing the carpets, updating the wiring, and, to my horror, installing a new computerized reservation system. The leather-bound ledger, my strange anachronistic Bible, was to be retired. I knew my time was running out. The new system would not tolerate the gentle, unspoken mystery of J. Corbin. It would demand a credit card number, a check-in date, a digital footprint. The ghost in my machine was about to be exorcised by an IT professional. I had to know. I had to understand. Before the bulldozers of the 21st century paved over the one true and profound mystery of my life. The night before the new system was scheduled to go online, I made my decision. The contractors were gone. The motel was quiet, save for the hum of the ice machine and the snores of a traveling salesman in room 3. I took the master key, a heavy, old-fashioned brass key that I had never in 6 years had a reason to use for room 9. My footsteps echoed in the empty parking lot as I walked towards the west wing. The air was cold and still. The buzzing of the neon sign seemed to grow louder, more insistent, as I approached the door. I stood before it for a long moment, my heart a frantic, trapped bird in my chest. The faded "Do Not Disturb" sign seemed to mock me. My hand trembled as I slid the key into the lock. It turned with a smooth, silent, and well-oiled click that was deeply, profoundly unnerving. I took a deep breath, the air tasting of asphalt and impending revelation, and I pushed the door open. The room was not what I expected. It was not a dusty, forgotten time capsule. It was not the squalid den of a recluse. It was a waiting room. The room was immaculate. The bed, a standard motel-issue double, was made with military precision. The cheap polyester bedspread pulled taut, not a single wrinkle on its surface. The carpet, a swirling psychedelic pattern of orange and brown, was perfectly vacuumed. There was not a speck of dust on the faux wood headboard or the formica top of the small round table. But the room was not empty. On the table, next to a small bakelite lamp that was emitting a soft, warm, golden glow, was a single open book. And sitting in the room's only armchair, a worn vinyl monstrosity the color of a bruised avocado, was a man. He was old, but it was an age that was impossible to quantify. He was dressed in a simple, gray, and slightly old-fashioned suit. His face was a road map of wrinkles, but his eyes, a pale, washed-out blue, were clear, sharp, and utterly, completely ancient. He was not a ghost. He was solid. He was real. And he was looking directly at me. He did not seem surprised. He seemed patient, as if he had been waiting for me to open that door for a very, very long time. "Arthur," he said, his voice a low, soft, and impossibly tired sound. "You're early. I wasn't expecting you for another 17 years. I stared at him, my mind a screaming white noise chaos of disbelief. Who are you?" I stammered. "Are you Jay Corbin?" He smiled a faint, sad, and deeply weary smile. "In a manner of speaking, it's a professional name, a designation. You can call me Jonas." "What is this place?" I whispered, my eyes darting around the clean, sterile, and utterly soulless room. "What have you been doing in here for 39 years?" "Waiting," he said simply, "and working." He gestured to the open book on the table. I took a hesitant step into the room. The air was still and cool, and it had a strange, neutral, almost non-existent smell. It was like the air in a clean room, a place where the outside world was not allowed to enter. I looked at the book. It was a ledger, identical to the one I used at the front desk, and it was open to today's date. All the rooms were marked as vacant, except for one, Room 9, J. Corbin, and beneath it a new line had been added in the same neat and precise cursive. Arthur Penhaligon, 11:17 p.m., my name. I looked up at him, a cold, creeping dread, far worse than any simple, superstitious fear, beginning to seep into my bones. "What is this?" "I'm a clerk, Arthur," Jonas said, his ancient blue eyes holding mine. "Just like you. A manager of a very specific and very necessary kind of roadside motel." He gestured around the room. "This isn't just a room, it's a layover, a transfer station, a place between the road you were on and the one you're about to be on." I don't understand," I said, my voice trembling. "You're not supposed to," he said, his voice gentle. "Not yet. Your reservation isn't for another 17 years, but you've opened the door. You've checked in early. And the rules are very strict about early check-ins." My mind was reeling, trying to process the sheer cosmic impossibility of his words. This was not a man. This was something else. And this motel, my quiet, predictable, and boring little motel, was a part of it. "What are you?" I whispered. "I am the one who helps the lost find their way," he said. "The ones who die on the road. The ones who are untethered. A car crash on the interstate, a lonely heart attack in a room that isn't their own. A soul that has, for one reason or another, missed its exit. They get stuck in the static between the stations. This place, this room, is a beacon, a quiet, stable place in the storm. And I am the one who sits here and waits for them to find their way to the front desk." I thought of the thousands of lives that had passed through the starlight vista, the salesmen, the families, the lovers, and I thought of the others, the quiet ones, the ones who checked in and never checked out, the small, forgotten tragedies that are the lifeblood of any place that is built on the lonely, anonymous promise of the open road. "And what do you do with them?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "I check them in," he said. "I give them a key, and I help them to understand that the trip they were on is over, and that a new one is about to begin." He looked at me, and his eyes were filled with a sadness that was as old and as deep as the universe itself. "My work is very important, Arthur. It requires quiet. It requires discretion. It requires a place that is constant." I understood then. The reservation, the untouched room, the low, steady hum of the electricity. It was all a part of it, an anchor, a lighthouse for the lost souls of the highway, and my mundane, boring, and quiet little life had been lived unknowingly in the shadow of this profound and terrifying cosmic machinery. "But why me?" I asked. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because you opened the door," he said, his voice taking on a new, graver tone. "And because my own reservation is coming due. I have been a clerk here for a very, very long time. My own journey is about to continue, and a place like this can never be left unattended." The implication of his words hit me with the force of a physical blow. The room seemed to tilt, the walls closing in. "No," I said, shaking my head. "No, I have a life. I am a clerk at a motel." "You were a clerk at a motel," he corrected gently. "But you chose to open a door that was not meant for you. You have seen behind the curtain, Arthur, and once you have seen, you cannot unsee. You are a part of the mechanism now." He stood up, his movements slow and stiff, like a man who had been sitting in the same chair for 1,000 years. He walked over to me, and he placed a heavy, cold brass key in my hand. It was the master key for room 9. "Your training was supposed to be gradual," he said, his voice a soft, tired whisper in my ear. "Over the next 17 years, you would have begun to see, to understand. But now you will have to learn on the job." He walked past me, towards the open door of the room. He did not look back. He stepped out into the dark, silent parking lot of my world, and he dissolved. He didn't vanish in a puff of smoke. He just faded. He became a part of the darkness, a part of the quiet, a part of the lonely, endless night of the open road. I was alone in the room, the clean, sterile waiting room. The book was still on the table, open to my name. The soft, golden light of the lamp was still glowing. I was the new clerk, the new manager, the new J. Corbin. I walked out of the room and pulled the door shut. It clicked with a soft, final sound. I hung the faded "Do Not Disturb" sign back on the knob. I walked back to the front desk, the heavy brass key in my pocket, a cold, heavy weight. The new computerized reservation system was installed the next day, but when the technician tried to input the data for room 9, the system crashed. They tried 3 times. Every time, the same result. The new digital world could not comprehend the old analog and cosmic truth of that room. In the end, they just left it alone, a single, anomalous, and permanent booking in a system that was otherwise perfect, a ghost in the new machine. My life is different now. It is still quiet. It is still nocturnal. I am still the clerk at a roadside motel. But I have a new set of responsibilities, I still make the coffee. I still read the paper. But now I also watch. And I listen. And sometimes, in the dead of night, a new guest will arrive. They will look confused and lost and afraid. They will not have a reservation, but I will know their name. I will check them in, and I will give them a key to a room that is not on any map. A quiet, clean, and peaceful room. A place where they can rest before they continue on their journey. I have 17 years until my own check-in. 17 years to be the quiet, patient, and necessary guardian of the lost souls of the Starlight Vista. It is a strange and lonely and sometimes terrifying job. But I have come to understand that it is also a profound and deeply and strangely sacred one. The road is long and the night is dark, and everyone eventually needs a place to rest, and I am the one who leaves the light on. And with that, this story comes to an end. Let's move on to the next one. The Locked Tunnel. My friends wanted to open. It started with a map. Not a digital one, not a tourist brochure, a real folded brittle thing, stained with coffee rings and the faint grease of old fingers, pulled from the back of a mildewed photo album in my grandmother's attic after she passed. Blackwater Hollow, Township Survey, 1911. Most of it was useless, parcel lines for farms long swallowed by forest, names of men buried 60 years, until the lower right corner. There, tucked between the faded inks marking Devil's Creek and Old Mill Road, was a thin, dashed line. It snaked from the edge of the map, vanished beneath the printed border, then reappeared 2 inches later, terminating in a small, perfect circle labeled in meticulous, spidery script, ventilation shaft, access tunnel, sealed, 1923. Below that, in newer ink, shaky and desperate, don't open it. H. Henry, my great-uncle, the one who vanished in 47, the one they found 3 days later, 10 miles from anywhere, babbling about the singing in the walls. Before he stopped speaking entirely, he died 2 weeks after that, eyes wide open, fixed on the ceiling, a single dried tear track cutting through the grime on his cheek. My friends, Lena, Ben, and Priya, thought it was a dare, a mystery, a score. Priya, with her archaeology degree and restless hands, traced the dashed line with a fingertip. It's a maintenance tunnel for the old aqueduct, probably just collapsed or full of bats. Ben, ever the pragmatist, squinted. Sealed in 1923? What did they seal it from? Lena, quiet, intuitive Lena, just touched the initials, Ch, and shivered. It feels heavy. We went anyway. Blackwater Hollow wasn't a town. It was a scar, a depression in the land where the forest grew thicker, darker, the pines leaning inward like conspirators. The air was cooler there, damper, smelling of wet stone and decaying leaves, even in high summer. No birds sang, no insects buzzed, just the low, constant sigh of wind through the canyon, a sound like distant breathing. The map led us off the overgrown logging road down a steep, root-choked ravine, slick with moss. Devil's Creek wasn't a creek anymore, just a cracked bed of black shale littered with smooth, water-worn stones the color of dried blood. We crossed it, boots slipping on the shale, the silence pressing in. Then we saw it, the ventilation shaft, not a hole, a monument. A cylinder of poured concrete, 10 feet in diameter, rising 15 feet from the creek bed like a broken tooth. Its surface was pitted, stained with rust-colored mineral deposits, wrapped in thick iron bands bolted deep into the stone. At its base, set into the concrete like a grim mouth, was a door, not wood, not steel. Iron, 3 inches thick, riveted shut, blackened with age and something else. Soot, maybe, but too uniform, too deliberate. And across its center, bolted through the iron itself, was a lock, not a padlock, a hasp. Forged iron, shaped like interlocking hands, fingers clasped in a grip so tight the knuckles were rendered in painful detail. The keyhole wasn't a hole, it was an eye, a smooth, polished circle of obsidian set deep in the center of the clasped hands. "No keyhole," Ben muttered, running a hand over the cold iron. "Just an eye." Priya knelt, flashlight beam trembling slightly. "Look!" She pointed to the base of the shaft. Scratched into the concrete, almost erased by time and weather, were words, not carved, gouged, as if by frantic fingernails. "It knows when you look." Lena backed away, her face pale. "We should go, now." But Priya was already pulling tools from her pack. Crowbar, hammer, cold chisel. "It's just a seal, probably just collapsed earth. We'll take a peek. 5 minutes, then we leave." Ben, ever loyal, ever curious, nodded. 5 minutes. I stood frozen, staring at the obsidian eye. It wasn't reflecting the weak sunlight filtering through the pines. It was reflecting me, but not as I was. Taller, thinner, eyes wide, black, unblinking, smiling. The iron didn't yield. The crowbar bent, the chisel snapped. The hammer blows rang out, sharp and final, in the suffocating silence, each clang, seeming to hang in the air long after the sound should have faded, vibrating in my teeth, in my bones. Clang, clang, clang. On the 7th blow, the obsidian eye cracked, not shattered, a single hairline fracture radiating from the center like a spider's leg, and from within the shaft, a sound, not a groan of shifting earth, a sigh, long, wet, deeply, profoundly relieved. The air changed. The damp coolness vanished, replaced by a wave of dry, stale heat, the smell of ancient dust, ozone, and beneath it, the faint, sweet rot stench of something long entombed and not quite dead. The fracture in the obsidian? I pulsed. A faint, greenish light bled through. Thump! A vibration, not from the ground, from the door, like a heart waking up. Thump! Thump! Priya dropped the hammer. What the hell was that? Ben's face was ashen. "We need to go." Lena was already scrambling back up the ravine, her breath coming in short, sharp gasps. Priya hesitated, eyes locked on the pulsing light. It's just geothermal, or gas, methane buildup, pressure release." The iron hands moved, not much, a fraction of an inch, the clasped fingers unclasped, just enough. A gap opened, darkness within, and a whisper, not one voice, hundreds, layered, overlapping, exhausted, eager. "Open, please, open." Priya reached out. "Don't!" Lena screamed from the ridge, but Priya's fingers touched the obsidian eye. The fracture spread. Crack. The light flared, bright, sickly green. The iron hands fell away. The door didn't swing open. It unfolded, like a flower blooming in reverse. Iron petals peeled back, silent, smooth, revealing not a tunnel mouth, a throat, dark, glistening, lined with ridges of something that looked like stone, but moved, pulsing, contracting, and from within, the heat intensified, the whispering rose to a chorus. "Thank you." Priya didn't scream. She stepped forward, into the throat. Ben lunged, grabbing her arm. She turned. Her eyes weren't hers. They were black, solid, reflecting the green light. Her smile was too wide. "It's not dark in there," she said, her voice layered, a child's, a man's, a woman's, all speaking at once. "It's home." She pulled free, vanished into the darkness. The throat closed behind her, silently, leaving only the green light pulsing in the obsidian eye, now whole again. Ben stared at his empty hand. "Priya?" Silence. Then a new sound from deep within the shaft. A rhythm. Thump! 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 Not one heart, many, synchronized. Thump! 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 Ben picked up the hammer. "Priya!" he yelled, his voice raw. He slammed the hammer against the iron door. Clang! The green light flared. The obsidian eye blinked. The door unfolded again, wider this time. The throat glistened. The whispering was clearer now. "Benjamin, we remember your laugh, the day you fixed the swing, the blue kite. Come see." Ben froze. His name, his story, things only Priya knew. He looked at me, eyes wide with terror and a terrible dawning hope. Maybe she's okay. Maybe it's not. He took a step. "Ben, no." I grabbed his arm. He looked at me, really looked. "Jamie, what if it's not bad? What if it's just lost? What if it needs us?" He pulled free, walked to the throat, didn't hesitate, stepped in. The door closed. The green light pulsed. Thump, thump, thump. Louder, faster. Lena was sobbing now, curled on the ridge above. "Make it stop, Jamie, please. Make it stop." I stood alone before the shaft. The obsidian eye watched me. The whispering shifted, softer, sadder. "James, Ellie misses you. She's waiting, just like before." Ellie, my sister, gone 32 years. My breath caught. The fracture reappeared in the obsidian. The door unfolded. Just a crack. Green light spilled out, pooling on the black shale, and in the light, a shape, small, a hand, pale, child-sized, reaching out, fingers curled. "Come." I knew it was a trap. I knew it was madness, but the hollow place inside me, the one Ellie left, ached with a sudden, unbearable fullness. The promise of her, of answers, of her. I took a step, then another. The green light washed over me, warm, inviting. The whispering became a single voice. Ellie's. "Don't be scared, Jamie." I reached the threshold, looked into the throat. Not darkness, light, soft, golden, and within it, a park. Silver pines, the sky spiral turning, the carousel spinning, children laughing. Ellie stood at the base of the Ferris wheel, wearing her yellow sundress, whole, unharmed, smiling. She held out her hand. Just one more ride. The scent of cotton candy and diesel filled my nostrils. The sound of the calliope, bright, cheerful, wound through the green light. It wasn't the tunnel, it was home. The place I'd been running from and toward my whole life. I stepped in. The door closed behind me. Silence. Then the thumping stopped, replaced by a new sound, a single, clear note, like a music box, winding up. The inside wasn't a tunnel. It was a vein. Smooth, warm walls, pulsing gently, lined with a network of faintly glowing filaments, green, gold, amber, like capillaries carrying light instead of blood. The air hummed, a low, resonant frequency that vibrated in my chest, in my teeth, in the hollows behind my eyes. It wasn't oppressive. It was nourishing, like sinking into warm water after a lifetime of cold. The path sloped downward, gentle, winding, no branches, just the one way, forward. The golden light ahead grew brighter, closer. I heard laughter, real laughter, children's laughter, Ellie's laugh. I broke into a run. The path opened, a cavern, not a cave, a chamber, vast, cathedral-like, The walls weren't rock. They were glass. Thousands of panes fused together, forming a seamless, curved surface that stretched into darkness above. And behind the glass came movement. Figures, hundreds of them, walking, sitting, talking, playing, all in period dress, 1920s suits, 1940s dresses, 1970s bell-bottoms, all smiling, all whole, all alive. Priya stood near the center, her back to me, talking animatedly to a woman in a floral apron. She turned. Her eyes were still black, but her smile was real, peaceful. "Jamie," she called, her voice clear, unlayered. "You made it!" Ben was nearby, on his knees in the soft, moss-like ground, helping a young boy fly a blue kite. He looked up, grinned. "Told you it wasn't bad." Lena stood apart, arms wrapped around herself, tears streaming down her face. But she wasn't crying in fear. She was crying in relief. She saw me and ran, throwing her arms around me. "It's real," she sobbed. "It's all real. They're here." "Who?" I whispered. "The lost ones," she said, pulling back, her eyes shining. "The forgotten, the ones the world let go. The tunnel. It doesn't take. It holds." She pointed to the glass wall. I looked closer. The figures weren't just walking. They were remembered. A man in a soldier's uniform polishing his boots, humming a tune only he could hear. A little girl braiding dandelions into a crown, her mother watching with a soft smile. An old man reading a newspaper dated October 3rd, 1955 hours, the ink still fresh. And there, near the front, Ellie. She saw me, dropped the dandelion crown, ran. She crashed into me, small arms wrapping tight around my waist, burying her face in my shirt. I held her, trembling. She was warm, solid, real. "Jamie," she whispered, muffled, "I waited so long." "I'm sorry," I choked out. "I'm so sorry I left." "You didn't leave," she said, pulling back, wiping her eyes. Her face was clean, her yellow dress bright, her eyes brown, clear, hers held mine. "You got scared. The door closed. I couldn't open it from this side, but I knew you'd come back. I knew." She took my hand. "Come on, there's someone you need to see." She led me deeper into the chamber. The air grew warmer, the humming deeper, the light brighter. At the very center of the cavern stood a structure. Not a building, a tree, but not of wood, of light. A massive, pulsing column of pure golden radiance branching out into fractal patterns that mirrored the filaments in the tunnel walls. Its leaves were shimmering orbs of light, thousands of them, drifting slowly around the trunk like fireflies. Beneath it, on a simple stone bench, sat a woman, dark hair streaked with silver, tired eyes, a familiar smile. My mother, gone since '98, presumed dead. She looked up. Her smile widened. "Hello, Jamie," she said, her voice the sound of home. "Took you long enough." I fell to my knees. She held out her arms. I went into them. The scent of her, lavender and vanilla, flooded my senses. The hollow place inside me didn't just fill, it healed. She stroked my hair. "It's okay, sweetheart. You're safe now. We all are." She nodded toward the light tree. "The heart," she said softly. "It remembers everything, every laugh, every tear, every lost moment. It holds us, keeps us whole. When the world forgets, the heart remembers." Ellie squeezed my hand. "It's not a prison, Jamie. It's a sanctuary, a place where no one is ever truly gone." Lena joined us, sitting on a bench beside my mother, resting her head on her shoulder like a daughter. "It showed me my grandmother," she whispered, The one who died when I was born. She sang me the lullaby my mom forgot. Ben and Priya approached, the boy with the blue kite hovering near Ben's leg. We asked it to show us, Priya said, her black eyes gentle. Not to take, to remember. It listens. It's not evil, Ben added, his voice thick with emotion. It's lonely. It needs witnesses. To prove the memories are real. My mother looked at me. The tunnel isn't a door out, Jamie. It's a door in to what matters. She stood, took my hand. Ellie took the other. They led me to the base of the heart. The golden light was warm on my skin. The humming vibrated in my bones. My mother placed my palm flat against the trunk. The light flared. Images flooded my mind. Not memories. Truths. Ellie, not lost, but called, drawn by the heart's resonance, a child sensitive to its song. Me, fleeing in blind panic, the tunnel ceiling behind me, not to trap her, but to protect the sanctuary from the outside world's forgetting. Henry, my great-uncle, not driven mad, but overwhelmed by the sheer weight of love, the depth of memory, the sheer presence of the heart. He hadn't screamed about terror. He'd wept at the beauty of it. The ceiling in 1923, not to contain a horror, but to preserve a miracle. The town fathers, witnesses to the first emergence after the mine collapse, had understood. They'd built the shaft. They'd forged the door. They'd written the warning, don't open it. Not because it was dangerous, because it was precious, because the world wasn't ready, because the heart needed silence, stillness to hold its breath. Until now, until us. The light softened. My mother smiled. It's time, she said. Time for what? To choose. She gestured around the chamber. To stay, to be remembered, to be whole, or to go back, to carry the memory, to be the witness. Ellie looked up at me, her eyes wide, trusting. You don't have to stay, Jamie, but I hope you do. The heart pulsed. The light shifted. The chamber walls, the glass became transparent, not showing the figures, showing outside. The ravine, the black shale, the iron shaft, and standing before it, 3 figures, me, Lena, Ben, all staring at the sealed door, faces pale with terror. Me, the me who hadn't stepped through, the Mia still on the outside. The choice wasn't about staying or leaving. It was about which me would walk back out, the hollow one or the whole one. My mother kissed my forehead. No wrong choice, sweetheart. Only truth. She stepped back. Ellie held my hand tighter. The heart hummed. The light waited. I looked at the outside me, terrified, alone, carrying 32 years of grief like a stone in his chest. I looked at Ellie, alive, real, here. I looked at my mother, smiling, whole. I looked at Lena and Ben, peaceful, found. The hollow place was gone, replaced by a warmth so profound it felt like the first true breath I'd taken since I was 8 years old. I squeezed Ellie's hand, turned to my mother, and nodded. She smiled. The heart pulsed once, bright, golden, complete. The glass walls faded, the chamber filled with light, not blinding, welcoming. The last thing I saw, the last thing I was the outside me. He turned away from the shaft, walked back up the ravine, didn't look back. His shoulders were straighter, his step lighter. He carried no stone. He carried a secret, a promise, a memory. He reached the top. Lena and Ben, the outside ones, were waiting. They looked at him. He looked at them. And for the first time in 32 years, he smiled, a real smile, not whole, but healing. He took their hands. They walked away from Blackwater Hollow back toward the world. The iron shaft stood silent. The obsidian eye watched them go. Then, slowly, the green light within it faded. The fracture sealed. The iron hands clasped tight once more. The tunnel slept, holding its breath, holding its heart, holding its family, waiting for the next lost soul to find a map, to hear the whisper, to choose. The locked tunnel wasn't a warning. It was an invitation. And the most terrifying, beautiful thing about it, it only opens for those who are truly ready to come home. With that, the story is over. Let's move to the next story. Beneath the rotting floorboards of Camp Everstill, I didn't believe in ghosts, not really. I believed in trauma, in memory, in the way old places hold on to pain like dampness in wood. But I didn't believe in spirits that lingered, watching, waiting, least of all in a place as forgotten as Camp Everstill. It was supposed to be temporary, just a summer job, groundskeeper, caretaker, whatever you wanted to call it, for a camp that hadn't seen children since the late 80s. The pay was laughable, but the rent was free. A small cabin near the edge of Blackwater Lake, nestled between pines so dense they choked out the sun by mid-afternoon. I needed somewhere quiet to disappear for a while, somewhere without Wi-Fi, without neighbors, without the constant hum of a city that never let me forget what I'd done. The listing was posted on a regional job board under seasonal maintenance remote location. No photos, just coordinates and a phone number. The voice on the other end was elderly, female, with a smoker's rasp and zero patience. "You know how to use an axe?" she asked. "Yeah," I lied. "Good. Cabin's got a wood stove, roof leaks in the east corner, floors soft in the back room. Don't step there unless you want to meet God early." She hung up before I could ask about the camp's history. I arrived at dusk. The drive-in was a nightmare. Narrow dirt roads swallowed by overgrowth, branches scraping the sides of my truck like skeletal fingers. When I finally broke through the tree line, Camp Everstill sprawled before me like a corpse half buried in moss. Dozens of cabins, most collapsed or leaning drunkenly into the earth. A mess hall with shattered windows, a boathouse sagging into the lake. And beyond it all, the water, still, black, reflecting nothing but the bruised sky. My cabin, Cabin 7, was one of the few still standing upright. It smelled of wet rot and mouse droppings when I pushed open the door. Inside, a rusted wood stove, a cot with a mildewed mattress, a table with 2 chairs, and a single oil lamp hanging from a hook in the ceiling. The floorboards groaned under my weight, especially toward the back, where the woman had warned me not to step. One plank near the far wall was visibly sunken, its edges splintered and dark with moisture. I dropped my duffel bag by the door and lit the lamp. Shadows leapt across the walls, stretching long and thin like grasping hands. Outside, the wind picked up, whispering through the pines. It sounded almost like voices. That first night, I slept fitfully. Every creak of the cabin, every rustle in the underbrush jolted me awake. Around 2 a.m., I heard something new, a low rhythmic thumping from beneath the floor, like someone tapping a stick against wood. Steady, patient. I sat up, heart pounding, and held my breath. The sound stopped. Morning brought relief. Sunlight filtered weakly through the trees, painting stripes across the dusty floor. I spent the day clearing brush around the main lodge, chopping deadfall for the stove, trying to ignore the uneasy feeling that I was being watched. The lake never rippled, not once. Even when the wind gusted hard enough to rattle the shutters, the surface remained glassy, smooth, unnaturally calm. That's when I found the journal. Tucked beneath a loose floorboard near the stove, clearly pried up before, was a water-stained notebook bound in leather. The pages were brittle, ink faded to brown, but legible. It belonged to someone named Eleanor Voss, a camp counselor in the summer of 1987. June 14th. Kids are restless. Too much rain? They keep talking about the girl in the lake. Said they saw her last night during flashlight tag. Pale face just below the surface, eyes wide open. Told them it was just a log or a fish. But little Timmy won't stop crying. Says she whispered his name. June 22nd. Something's wrong with cabin 7, the floor in the back room. It's warm, even when the rest of the cabin is freezing. And there's a smell, sweet, like rotting fruit. Checked underneath today, nothing but mud and roots. But the ground feels hollow. July 3rd. They're digging again, in the woods behind the boathouse. I didn't tell anyone, but I followed them last night. 4 of the older boys, led by Danny Reeves. They had shovels. Said they were looking for treasure. But they weren't laughing, they were scared. When I called out, they ran. Left the hole half dug. I went closer. There was something at the bottom, wrapped in burlap. I didn't touch it. July 10th. Eleanor's handwriting grew jagged, frantic. They took her. The girl from cabin 3, Sarah Miller, vanished during the storm last night. Search party found her shoe by the dock. Nothing else. Sheriff says she drowned. But I saw Danny this morning. He had mud on his boots, and he wouldn't look me in the eye. July 12th. I went to the sheriff. Showed him the hole in the woods. He laughed, said kids dig holes all the time. But I know what I saw. That burlap wasn't empty. July 15th. Last entry. They're watching me now. From the trees, from the lake, even from inside the cabin. I hear scratching under the floor at night. Not mice. Something bigger. Something that breathes. I'm leaving tomorrow. I can't stay here. If you find this, don't trust the silence. Don't trust the stillness. Camp Everstill isn't empty. It's full of what they buried and what they didn't bury deep enough. I closed the journal slowly, my hands trembling. 1987, 39 years ago. Sarah Miller, Danny Reeves, names I'd never heard before, yet they clung to me like cobwebs. That night, I nailed a plank over the soft spot in the floor, just in case. The knocking started at midnight. Not tapping, not scratching. Full, heavy knocks, like a fist pounding from below. Boom, boom, boom. Each one shook. The cot. I grabbed the axe I'd been using to split wood and stood over the patched floorboards, sweat slick on my palms. "Who's there?" My voice cracked. Silence. Then a slow, wet drag across the underside of the floor, like something dragging itself through mud. It circled the cabin, stopping directly beneath my feet. I didn't sleep. By dawn, I was exhausted, paranoid, jumping at shadows. I decided to investigate the woods behind the boathouse. Armed with the axe and a flashlight, I pushed through ferns and brambles until I found it, a shallow depression, overgrown but unmistakable. The hole Eleanor mentioned, I dug. Just a few inches down, my shovel hit something soft. Fabric, burlap, rotted but intact. My stomach turned. I peeled it back with the tip of the axe. Bones, small, human, a child's femur, a fragment of a skull, and tangled in the remains. a faded blue hair ribbon identical to the one described in local news archives I looked up on my phone the night before. Sarah Miller's favorite color was blue. I stumbled back, bile rises in my throat. I needed to call the police. But my phone had no signal. Never had since I arrived. I ran back to the cabin, planning to drive into town, but my truck wouldn't start. The battery was dead, though it had been fine yesterday. The fuel line was clogged with something thick and black like tar. Trapped. That evening, the lake began to ripple, not from wind, from something moving beneath the surface. Slow, deliberate circles spreading outward from the center. I watched from the porch, axe in hand, as the ripples grew closer to shore, closer to the dock. Then a shape emerged, pale, bloated, hair floating like seaweed, a face, childlike, distorted by decades underwater, turned toward me, eyes milky white, mouth open in a silent scream. I slammed the cabin door, locked it, shoved the table against it. My breath came in ragged gasps. Outside, the ripples stopped. Silence returned, but the knocking beneath the floor began again, louder, faster. Boom, 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 boom. And then a voice, gurgling, wet, as if spoken through a throat full of lake water. "Let me in." I recognized it from the journal. "Sarah Miller." "No," I whispered. "You're not real. You're dead." "I'm cold," the voice sobbed. "So cold. Let me warm up." The floorboard I'd nailed down began to lift. Splinters popped. Nails screeched as they tore free. From the widening gap, a hand emerged, gray, webbed with algae, fingers too long, nails blackened and sharp. It clawed at the air, reaching for me. I swung the axe. It bit deep into the wrist. Black fluid oozed out, steaming as it hit the floorboards. The hand jerked back with a shriek that wasn't human. It was the sound of drowning, of suffocation, of a child trapped in darkness for 39 years. Silence fell. I collapsed against the wall, shaking, covered in sweat and that foul-smelling fluid. Dawn came. The hand was gone. The floorboard lay flat again, as if nothing had happened. But I knew better. I spent the next 3 days trying to escape. Walked 5 miles through the woods only to circle back to the lake. Tried signaling planes with a mirror. None flew overhead. The camp was sealed off, as if the forest itself refused to let me leave. On the 4th night, I heard singing, a child's voice, clear and sweet, drifting from the lake. "Row, row, row your boat." I peered through the window. Dozens of figures stood waist-deep in the water, pale, bloated, their eyes glowing faintly in the dark. Children, all of them, holding hands, swaying gently. And at the center, Sarah Miller, pointing toward my cabin. They knew I was here. That's when I understood. Camp Everstill wasn't haunted by one ghost. It was a graveyard, a dumping ground. Not just Sarah, but others, kids who vanished. During storms, during hikes, during accidents, the camp covered up. And whatever was beneath my floor, it wasn't just Sarah. It was the thing that pulled them under, the thing that lived in the hollow beneath the cabin, the thing that fed on silence and stillness. I tried burning the cabin down, set fire to the mattress, but the flames died instantly, as if smothered by invisible hands. Now I write this by lamplight, listening to the floor breathe beneath me. The knocking has stopped, but the dragon hasn't. It's closer now, right under my chair. I can feel the heat rising through the boards, that same warmth Eleanor described, sweet rot, damp earth, hunger. They don't want me to leave. They want me to join them, to become part of the stillness, to sink into the hollow beneath the rotting floorboards of Camp Everstill and never move again. And with that, this story comes to an end. Let's move on to the next one. The calendar inside the abandoned house won't turn past one date. The listing was absurd. Havenwood Manor, historic charm, furnished rooms, 30 night. Posted on a forgotten corner of a budget travel forum. Maya, my college roommate, turned fellow penniless wanderer after graduation, scattered us like dandelion seeds, saw it as salvation. "Jessa, look," she'd said, shoving her cracked phone screen under my nose in the sticky booth of a roadside diner. "It's practically free. 2 nights near Lake Champlain. We can shoot that misty lake footage for our portfolio. Real The Shining vibes, but affordable." She'd grinned, that familiar spark back in her tired eyes after weeks of rejection emails from galleries. I should have said no. I remembered the guest ledger at Willow Creek Lodge, the dragging thing in the concrete tunnel, the red eyes in the Holloway Zoo cages. But Maya's desperation mirrored my own empty bank account, and the promise of cheap isolation felt like oxygen. The owner, caretaker, Silas Thorne, a name that sent a familiar chill down my spine, communicated only through clipped texts. Payment was cash only, left in a rusted lockbox nailed to the rotting porch post. No photos beyond a single blurry shot of sagging eaves, just coordinates. It felt like a trap. We went anyway. The drive up the overgrown lane was a gauntlet of warning signs nature provided. Ancient oaks, heavy with Spanish moss like funeral veils, scraped the roof of Maya's battered hatchback. GPS died miles back, replaced by a gnawing sense of isolation that thickened with every mile. The coordinates led us not to a grand manor, but to a decaying Victorian corpse swallowed by the wilderness. Havenwood Manor wasn't just abandoned, it was being actively digested by the forest. Its once proud gingerbread trim was rotted lace. Peeling paint hung in strips like flayed skin, and the wrap-around porch sagged violently, several planks missing entirely, revealing the dark maw beneath. An oppressive silence hung over the place, broken only by the drone of insects and the unsettling drip, drip, drip of water from a broken gutter onto the mossy steps. The air smelled thickly of wet earth, decay, and something else, faintly sweet, like forgotten peaches left to rot in a damp cellar. Maya killed the engine, the sudden quiet pressing in. "Whoa," she breathed, not with awe, but with dawning unease. She fumbled for her camera, the click unnaturally loud. I just stared at the peeling front door, the intricate floral pattern barely visible beneath grime. The lockbox held a single, heavy iron key. It felt cold and unnaturally heavy in my hand. Inside, the smell intensified. Mildew, dust thick enough to taste, and that cloying sweetness now underscored by a sharper tang, like old pennies. The grand foyer was a tomb. Weak gray light filtered through the boarded windows, illuminating swirling dust motes dancing in the beams. A massive staircase swept upwards, its banister broken in places. Velvet drapes hung in tattered shreds. Furniture lay overturned, shrouded in ghostly white sheets that seemed to shift slightly in the stale air currents. The floorboards groaned a chorus of complaints under our tentative steps, the sound echoing unnaturally in the cavernous space. My boots crunched on broken glass near a small writing desk in the corner. On it sat a thick, leather-bound ledger. Its cover was cracked and stiff. Against all reason, I opened it. The pages were brittle, covered in elegant faded script listing names and dates spanning the 1890s to the late 1970s. The ink was sepia brown. The last entry, dated October 30th, 1984, read, Silas Thorne, permanent caretaker. Below it, the page was blank, until I turned it. There, in the same faded brown ink, as if written moments before we arrived, were two new lines. Maya Chen, East Wing, Room 2. Jessa Reed, East Wing, Room 3. My blood turned to ice. Maya, look at this. My voice sounded thin, reedy. She peered over my shoulder, her earlier excitement evaporating. What the hell? That's impossible. That ink's old. And how did it know our names? Our rooms? She flipped back frantically. All the other entries were decades old. This was fresh, too fresh. The air in the foyer seemed to thicken, the dust motes slowing their dance. A low, almost subsonic hum vibrated through the floorboards, setting my teeth on edge. It wasn't machinery. It felt alive. Our rooms were down a long, shadowed corridor on the second floor. The stairs groaned like dying things beneath us. The hallway wallpaper, once opulent floral patterns, was peeling away in long curling strips, revealing damp, black-stained plaster beneath. Water stains bloomed like Rorschach blots on the ceiling. Room 2's door stuck, the wood swollen with humidity. Maya finally shouldered it open with a splintering crack. Inside was marginally better than the foyer. A dusty four-poster bed, a nightstand, missing a drawer, a window overlooking the overgrown rose garden, now just a tangle of thorns and skeletal stalks. The air was colder here, smelling sharply of damp wool and that persistent, cloying sweetness. Maya dropped her bag. Okay, weird guest book aside, cheap is cheap, right? We'll shoot the lake at dawn, blow this place by noon. She forced a grin, but it didn't reach her eyes. She kept glancing towards the open door, down the dark hallway. My room, Room 3, was identical, just across the hall, the same pervasive chill, the same smell. The bed frame was rusted, the mattress mildewed but intact. I dropped my pack, the sound echoing too loudly. I tried my phone, no signal. Maya's camera wouldn't connect to her phone. The Wi-Fi password Silas Thorne had texted Havenwood 1884 yielded nothing but error messages. We were truly off-grid, truly alone, or so we thought. Dinner was protein bars eaten in near silence on the creaking porch steps, watching the last bruised light of dusk bleed out over the skeletal trees, the forest sounds. Crickets, distant owls, felt muffled, as if the woods themselves were holding their breath. The manor loomed behind us, a hulking silhouette against the twilight sky, its blank windows seeming to watch us. That subsonic hum was fainter out here, but still present, a vibration in the marrow of my bones. Sleep was impossible. The cold seeped through my sleeping bag on the mildewed mattress. Every groan of the old building, the settling timber, the wind whistling through unseen cracks, sounded like deliberate footsteps. Then, around 3 a.m., I heard it. Faint at first, coming from the hallway. Scritch, 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 like fingernails, slow and deliberate, dragging along the peeling wallpaper. It stopped right outside my door. I held my breath, heart hammering against my ribs. Silence. Then a soft, wet click, like a throat being cleared. It lingered for a long minute. Then the scraping. Sound moved down the hall, stopping outside Maya's door. I heard her muffled curse, the rustle of her sitting up. The sound didn't resume. It just waited. I didn't sleep again that night. I watched the sliver of moonlight on the floorboards, straining my ears until dawn painted the sky a sickly gray. Morning brought no relief, only a deeper unease. The air felt heavier, the silence more watchful. Maya looked pale, shadows like bruises under her eyes. "It was at my door," she whispered over instant coffee brewed on a camping stove in the foyer. "Just standing there, breathing. I swear I heard it breathing." She wouldn't elaborate. We decided to explore, to find something, anything, to film, to prove we'd been here, to shake off the dread. The lower floors were a maze of decay, a ballroom with a collapsed chandelier buried in plaster dust, a dining room where chairs lay scattered like bones after a feast, a kitchen with rusted appliances and shelves coated in thick gray sludge. The smell of decay was strongest here, that metallic sweet odor almost overwhelming. In a small study off the library, we found it. Not a ledger this time, a calendar. An old-fashioned paper calendar, the kind with a wooden frame and thick pages you tear off each day. It hung crookedly on the wall beside a dusty globe. The page showing was for October 1984, and it was stuck, permanently stuck on. October 31st, 1984. Maya reached out, her fingers brushing the edge of the page. "Halloween," she murmured. "Creepy." She tried to tear it off. The paper didn't budge. It felt fused to the backing. She tugged harder. Nothing. Weird glue? She grabbed the top edge and pulled with both hands. The wooden frame groaned, but the page remained stubbornly fixed, the date glaring up at us. October 31st, 1984. "Let me try," I said, my unease deepening. I gripped the page firmly. It felt strangely warm. I yanked. My fingers slipped. The page didn't tear. It didn't even crease. It was like trying to tear a stone. "It won't move," I whispered, a cold dread pooling in my stomach. Maya frowned, pulling out her multi-tool. She slid the small blade carefully under the top edge of the page. It wouldn't slide in. The gap between the page and the backing was sealed shut, as if welded by time and something else. She pressed harder. The blade bent. "What is this?" she muttered, frustration warring with fear. That's when the whispering started, not from one direction, but from everywhere. From the walls, the dripping ceiling, the very air. A chorus of faint, overlapping voices, too quiet to make out words, but thick with a terrible longing and a chilling hunger. It wasn't English. It sounded older, wrong. The subsonic hum surged, vibrating the floorboards under my feet, making my teeth ache. The light from the grimy window seemed to dim. "Maya," I hissed, my voice tight with panic. "We need to go, now." She didn't turn. She was focused on the calendar, sliding her fingernail along the stubborn seam. "Just one more try, Jessa. This is weird. This is real." She leaned closer. I grabbed her arm. She yelped, swinging around. Her multi-tool clattered to the dusty floorboards. Her face was ashen. "Did you hear that?" she breathed. The whispering had stopped. The hum had died. But the silence that followed was worse. It was the silence of something holding its breath, waiting. From the darkness of the hallway behind us came a new sound, a slow, wet dragging, like something heavy with no legs being pulled across the soaked carpet. Schlick, schlick, schlick. We didn't wait to see it. We ran. We stumbled back through the library, past the grand staircase, back into the marginally less oppressive gloom of the foyer. We slammed the heavy wooden door to the study shut, leaning against it, gasping. The dragging sound stopped at the other side. Then a single soft thump against the wood, like a head leaning against it, waiting. We barricaded ourselves in the foyer with overturned furniture, a futile gesture against whatever was out there, but it made us feel less exposed. Hours crawled by. The weak daylight bled away, replaced by the deeper shadows of late afternoon. The whispering started again, not in the study this time, but seeming to emanate from the walls of the foyer itself. Faint, insistent, names. I thought I heard my own name woven into the sibilant chorus. Jessa, Jessa, stay. Maya paced like a caged animal, jumping at every creak. We can't stay here tonight, she said, her voice raw. We drive out now. Screw the car getting stuck. We walk. But the forest outside the boarded windows looked different at dusk. The trees seemed closer, their branches reaching, and the whispering, it was getting louder, clearer, no longer just names, phrases. Warm beds, hot supper, check in, stay forever. That's when I saw it, on the writing desk. The ledger lay open. I hadn't touched it since last night, but the page had turned. Below our names, written in that same faded brown ink, but looking wetter, darker, as if the pen had just lifted. Check out? Never. Maya saw it too. She made a small broken sound in her throat. It's not letting us leave, she whispered. The rooms, they're not for sleeping, they're for keeping. The dragging sound started again, not from the study door, from the staircase. Schlick, thud, schlick, thud. Something was coming down, slowly, deliberately. The whispering rose to a fever pitch, a cacophony of desperate, overlapping voices filling the foyer, seeming to come from the very dust in the air. Guests, new guests, signed a book, signed a book. The subsonic hum returned, stronger now, vibrating the glass in the remaining window panes, making the chandelier remnants tremble. Panic, pure and blinding, seized me. The kitchen! I yelled over the din, grabbing Maya's arm. Back way out! We scrambled towards the service corridor, past the dark maw of the dining room. The dragging sound was on the main floor now, accompanied by a new sound. A wet, rattling breath, like lungs full of stagnant water. It was close, too close. We burst into the kitchen. The back door was there, warped but intact. Hope flared. I grabbed the rusty handle, yanked. It didn't budge, seized shut. Maya threw her shoulder against it. Nothing. The dragging sound stopped. The wet breathing filled the small space. I turned slowly. It wasn't Silas Thorne. It wasn't human. It was a shape formed from the decay of the place itself. Shadows clung to it like tattered rags. Its form shifted, sometimes tall and gaunt like the photographs in the parlor, sometimes hunched and dragging, its lower half seeming to melt into the filthy kitchen floor made of the same black mold and wet plaster and rust that coated the pipes. Its face. There was no face. Just a suggestion of features in the swirling darkness, 2 points of dull, ember-like light where eyes should be. It held no weapon. It didn't need one. The air around it shimmered with cold and that cloying, sweet rot stench. Its mouth opened, a ragged tear in the shadow stuff, and the whispering poured out, not from its throat, but from the walls, the floor, the very pipes. Welcome home, rooms prepared, check in, check in, check in. Maya screamed, not a shout of fear, but a raw animal sound of utter terror. She turned and fled back towards the dining room, towards the front of the manor. I followed, stumbling over debris. The thing didn't pursue. It just stood there in the kitchen doorway, a well of darkness, the whispering following us like a physical thing clinging to our backs. "Stay! Sign the book! Your names are there! You belong here now! Check in!" We burst back into the foyer. Maya didn't hesitate. She sprinted for the main entrance, the grand double doors. She grabbed the handles, threw her weight against them. They groaned, buckled slightly, but held fast, boarded shut from the outside. She pounded on the wood, screaming for help into the encroaching night. "Let us out! Please, let us out!" I looked back towards the kitchen corridor. The shadow figure hadn't moved. It just stood at the edge of the dining room watching, waiting. The whispering had subsided to a low, persistent thrum, like flies buzzing in a corpse. "Check in." It seemed to breathe with the building itself. Then I saw the ledger. It lay on the writing desk, open. The page had turned again. Below, check out. Never. 2 new lines had appeared, the ink glistening wetly, dark as fresh blood. Maya Chin, East Wing, Room 2, checked in. Jessa Reed, East Wing, Room 3, checked in. As I watched frozen, the ink on my name seemed to pulse. A wave of crushing fatigue, deeper than any I'd ever known, washed over me. The fear was still there, screaming in my mind, but my body felt leaden, impossibly heavy. The whispering softened, became soothing, almost maternal. "Rest now." It breathed from the walls. "Your room is ready, warm bed, safe." The image of that mildewed mattress in room 3 filled my mind, not as a place of horror, but as a haven. A place to finally stop running, to stop being afraid. The cold seeping into my bones didn't feel like threat anymore. It felt like cool sheets. The sweet rot smell was just the scent of old wood, of home. Maya had stopped pounding. She stood slumped against the doors, her face pressed to the wood. She turned slowly. Her eyes were wide, but the panic was gone, replaced by a terrible, vacant calm. She looked at me, a small, serene smile touching her lips. "It's okay, Jessa," she said, her voice dreamy, distant. "The bed, it's so soft. Come see." She turned back to the doors, not trying to open them, just leaning against them as if listening to a comforting voice on the other side. "Check in," the walls sighed. The fatigue pulled at me like chains. The whispering wasn't in the air anymore. It was inside my skull, gentle, insistent. "Your name is written. You belong. Rest." My legs gave way. I sank to my knees on the dusty foyer floor. The shadow figure was gone from the dining room doorway, but I felt its presence everywhere, in the groan of the floorboards, in the drip of the gutter outside, in the slow, inevitable decay of the walls. It wasn't a monster. It was the place. Havenwood Manor, hungry, patient, and it had us. I didn't fight it. The weight was too much. The promise of rest too sweet. I crawled, not towards the exit, but towards the stairs. Each step groaned, but the sound was familiar now, comforting, like the manor was welcoming me home. Halfway up, I looked back. Maya was no longer by the doors. She was walking slowly, peacefully, down the dark hallway towards room 2. She didn't look back. I reached the second-floor landing. The hallway stretched before me, the peeling wallpaper seeming to ripple in the gloom. Room 3's door stood slightly ajar. Moonlight, cold and clear now, streamed through the gap, illuminating dust motes dancing like stars. It looked warm inside, safe. My room? My name was written in the book. I belonged here. The whispering was a lullaby in my veins. "Check in," it breathed, not from outside, but from within the very wood of the doorframe. "Check in." I pushed the door open. The room was exactly as I'd left it, mildewed mattress on a rusted frame, the window showing the moonlit tangle of the dead rose garden. But the air was warmer. The smell of decay was gone, replaced by a faint scent of lavender and old paper. On the bed, the mildewed sheet was gone. In its place lay a single, crisp white sheet. Invitation, welcome, home. I stepped inside. The door swung shut behind me with a soft, final click. The whispering didn't stop. It just changed. It wasn't urging me anymore. It was celebrating. A chorus of dry, papery voices, the sound of pages turning in a vast, unseen ledger. Guests arrived, rooms filled, names secured. It came from the walls, the floor, the window pane, from the rust on the bed frame, from the dust on the sill. Havenwood Manor was no longer silent. It was alive, and it was satisfied. I didn't get into the bed. I just stood by the window looking out at the moonlit wilderness that had swallowed the manor whole. The forest wasn't silent anymore. I could hear it breathing, a deep, slow rhythm that matched the pulse of the manor itself. The subsonic hum was gone. In its place was a profound, ancient quiet, broken only by the rustle of leaves and the distant cry of an owl. A normal sound. But I knew better. That owl's cry echoed the whispering. "Check in," it seemed to say. "Check in." I turned from the window. The room was darker now. The moonlight had dimmed. But I could see the calendar. It hung on the wall beside this bed, where no calendar had been before. The page was still stuck, still showing. October 31st, 1984. But now, below the date, in that same glistening wet ink, were two new lines. Maya Chin, checked in, 1984. Jessa Reed, checked in, 1984. My name glowed faintly on the page, the ink shimmering with that same dark warmth. Below it, the year wasn't 2026 anymore. It was 1984. Waiting. The checkout date remained. Never. The door to the hallway was gone. The walls had subtly shifted, the floral pattern of the wallpaper now forming intricate spiraling patterns that seemed to draw the eye inward, downward. The air grew warmer, heavier. The scent of lavender deepened, masking the underlined sweetness of decay. It wasn't a room anymore. It was a cell, a beautifully appointed tomb. My tomb. Maya's door was gone too, just seamless, whispering wallpaper where room 2 had been. I didn't scream. The urge was there, buried deep, but the manor soothed it away like a mother calming a child. "Rest," the walls breathed. "You are safe now. You are home." My body felt lighter, yet utterly immobile. My thoughts slowed, thickened like honey. The memory of the outside world, the hatchback, the diner, the life before the coordinates, began to fray at the edges, dissolving like smoke. It felt distant, unimportant, a dream. This was real, the warmth, the quiet, the deep, resonant presence of Havenwood Manor settling around me like a comfortable blanket. My eyes grew heavy. The glowing ink of my name on the calendar was the last thing I saw before the darkness pulled me under. Not sleep, not death. Something in between, a permanent check-in. The last coherent thought that flickered before the warmth consumed me wasn't fear. It was a terrible, seductive understanding. Havenwood Manor wasn't haunted by ghosts. It was the ghost. A hungry ghost of a place, starved for life, for warmth, for the vibrant energy of guests long gone. It fed on the fear, yes, but more deeply, it fed on the surrender, on the acceptance of its embrace. Silas Thorne hadn't been the caretaker. He'd been the first course, the appetizer. The decades of silence weren't abandonment. They were digestion, waiting, starving. And now fresh names were on the list, warm bodies to fill the cold rooms, new voices to add to the whispering chorus that sustained the ancient rotting heart of the manor. Maya's serene smile flashed in my mind. She was already part of it, already singing with the walls. As the final threads of my old self dissolved into the pervasive warmth, into the soft, insistent whisper that was now my own breath, my own blood, I understood the true horror. It wasn't the dragging thing, or the scratched walls, or even the names appearing in the ledger. It was the relief, the awful, seductive comfort of giving up, of letting the hunger of the place fill the hollow spaces inside you. The manor didn't just take your life, it took your wanting to leave. It made you want to stay forever. The last thing I felt, as the warmth became all-encompassing, as the whispering became my own heartbeat, was the smooth, cool texture of the calendar's wooden frame under my vanishing hand, and the profound, chilling certainty that echoed not just in the dead air of Room 3, but in the very stones of Havenwood Manor, in the rustling leaves of the devouring forest, in the silent, patient earth beneath it all. We weren't trapped. We were welcome. We were home. And the guest list, written in ink that never faded, in names that never left, would never ever be complete. They were still checking in, always on October 31st, and now so were we. The calendar wouldn't turn. It couldn't, because time in this hungry place had stopped forever.